I was hoping to see maybe Taylor Earnhardt, as he was coming up, as you said that, I was hoping to see if he maybe would break that record.
That was Taylor Earnhardt with the purple top, characteristic of the London Western Track and Field Club that he represents.
It's shocking, eh? But what did they tell you?
.35 and a bit of change for Earnhardt. William Kizell will be the next to throw from the Brockville Legion. So they measure this by a sensor that they place in the ground, and then there is an optical, kind of an infrared beam that measures the throw. Makes it faster than using a tape measure. 45 even for Kizell. Now this, Cam, is a special gentleman who's just into the ring, and that's going to be a foul, unfortunately, outside of the sector on the right side there. This is Pierce Lepage. He is Canada's #2 ranked decathlete. Just finished second at the Goetz's decathlon competition, which is the sort of the default unofficial decathlon world championship. And he finished second behind the Canadian record holder, Damian Warner. Both men in great shape heading into Tokyo. Both men potentially headed to Tokyo to contest the decathlon there. Nathaniel Meckler. What do you think of that one, Cam?
I think that was a really good throw as well. I also wanted to bring something up between Nathaniel Meckler and Pierce Lepage. They both are from the same team of the unattached Ontario Track Club.
I'm not even live. Okay, good. The worst angle.
So they're just going to put Meckler's throw up there. 41-47.
I think I saw a 41.17, if I'm not mistaken, there.
Yeah, it looks like a .47. Your eyes are better than mine, Cam.
Yep, we got a 41.47.
Jesse Zissou is the next to throw. William Kizell was good enough, Cam, to put his name on the back of his shirt so we could
tell
so we could easily tell who he was. That was Peter Nikolovsky. He's at the bottom of the order, throwing last here in the 9-man discus field. The implement is 2 kilograms. And now we go back to the top of the order. And this will be Jason Tunks coming in to the ring. No seasonal mark for Tunks so far. So this, by the records that we have access to, is Tunks's seasonal debut. And he is the Canadian record holder, 67.88. He set that back in 1998, Cam. When were you born?
I was born in 2001. I was not even a thought at that time.
That's what I thought. Just gives you an indicator of how old Jason Tunks is. Young will be next. There he is, just going through the final preparation. And that snap of the arm after the spin. Oh, that is a huge
That
throw.
looked really good, even from my end.
That is out. We're kind of looking at it oblong on the camera angle there, but that is out in the 60 plus range, potentially.
There's a good look at that look again. Oh, that was not the look I was thinking of.
No, that was the Nikolovsky throw. This is Bujanowski. Just waiting. We're just waiting the measurement. Yeah, there it is, Cam. 62.47 indeed.
That is a big throw. That looked good off the arm too. And just that distance said it all.
So that's approaching Young's seasonal best. He's thrown 64.84 so far this year. Bujanowski lays down his second throw.
Did you guys do a zero test? Zero test. Yeah, when do you guys want that? Yeah, I know. As I think the measurements just came in, Steve, too. 49.41, I believe.
Yep. So just a little shy the 50-meter mark. Now, Pierce Lepage fouled. First we got this is Taylor Earhart.
Okay, Brian, go down here and do our test. As now we have a William Cazell coming up.
Looks to be in about the 40-meter range for Cazell, Cam.
Yeah, Taylor Earhart, I believe I saw a 44.06 on him for his last throw there, Steve. And I think right now, if I'm looking at it correctly, I could see a 43.46 for William Cazell.
Awesome. So now we go to Pierce Lepage. I was a little bit ahead of myself because the camera had been on Pierce Lepage. Lepage identified through the RBC athlete identification program a number of years ago, and they said, hey, you might make a great decathlete based on some of the parameters of performance that he was laying down. So he checked it out. That's right, Cam, there you go, 43.46 for Cazell, and now we go to Pierce Lepage. Foul on his first attempt. This is throw number 2 for the great Pierce Lepage. Ooh, lots of height. Kind of skying that.
Too much height, not enough maybe distance on that one.
I agree.
Camera 5 what? It's just the angle that I'm on, right? Like I Okay, I'm just shooting it. You just don't move it, you're just straighten the ball. Oh.
So we're awaiting, I believe, Cam, the distance for Nathaniel Meckler.
Yeah, I didn't see one for Pierce Lepage come up yet.
I think that might have been a foul for. That's why we didn't see the throw for Lepage. So that's 2 fouls in a row for him.
Oh, and I think I see, Steve, the measurement come in. It's a 41.95 for Nathaniel Meckler.
Okay, so that's good. This was Jesse Zissou, who just launched one from the circle.
And then, so just make sure when you're operating the camera, locks off, right? Yeah. So you should never have your lock. If your locks are on, it might pull it back. That might make it get down.
So there is the throw for Zissou, and Nikolvolsky will be the final thrower to throw. He's in the circle right now with the white cap on there backwards.
You could hear him screaming there a bit too, eh, Steve?
Yeah, a little bit of extra vocal help to get the discus out there a little bit further. That's a replay there of Nikolvolsky's throw.
Just a long throw too.
It looked good. We're just waiting to get
Just hopefully the measurements look the same as we do, as we saw the long distance there.
It's coming up. 4.5, 7.5 is what I see, Cam.
That's what I see as well too, Steve.
Fantastic.
So I guess both our eyes work really well right there.
So that completes the second throw. So the way it works in the throws events is there's 6 throws in total, and they throw 3 rounds or 3 throws in the order that they're listed in the program. So that's the order you've seen them throwing in. Jason Tunks to start, Nikolvolsky to wrap up, and we're just waiting for Tunks to come back in the circle. And then what they do is they reshuffle the order for the final 3 throws, and then they throw from worst to first. So those who at the top or the best throwers in the competition will throw last. So it gives them a bit of an edge, Cam, in terms of knowing what their competitors have thrown, and that's a big help, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
In terms of Olympic qualification, this is the way it looks right now. There's a total of 32 spots open in the men's discus for Tokyo. And Jordan Young is sitting in 53rd place on the rankings, but he moves up on what World Athletics calls the quota placing. He's actually in 47th place. So he would need to move his quota placing to, it gets quite complicated, to 32, or if he was able to throw 66 meters, and he's just 1 point.
He's not that far off.
No,
like,
he's
just to
not.
Sum it up in a way.
1.2 meters away from the auto qualifying. But like any sport, Cam, at the world class level, it doesn't sound like that much, but there's over 60 men who are crammed into that 1.5 meters of distance between where Canada's #1 discus thrower is Jason Young and potential. The 100-meter preliminaries for first women and then men.
As we get the measurements now. I don't know about you, but I see a 4.8 and a 3.9.
I see the same, Cam. So that is the throw for Jason Tunks. This is Young. This is the man we're all watching. We're all urging on. And look at that. The speed, the snap. That was a very low trajectory. I think he may not even bother with getting a measurement on that one. That was a bit of a misstep, Cam. He released it too low on the trajectory, and it just didn't get that.
It didn't get that.
The height.
The height, and that kind of caused it to not even get the distance, I should say, too, Steve, probably.
Exactly. So Bujanowski now, a little ragged looking in the circle, but gets the work done. Bujanowski's seasonal best, 52.69. He's sitting second behind Young on the seasonal ranking this year. Taylor Earnhardt will be next again with the characteristic purple top on of the London Western Mustangs Club. That's a good throw out near the far edge, and yeah, it was right over, just over the line, Cam. Got to keep it in the sector. It's actually fairly generous, the sector. The camera's kind of foreshortening the width of it. This is Gazelle.
Not really. I guess you could say it's really kind of aligned with us in a way, Steve. If you look at it from the window that we're looking at, it's kind of like aligned with us in a way.
Well, it is. We're right at sort of ground zero, right where they're lifting off from, and then it is being thrown out to our left. But into that wind, but the wind is a bit of a boon and a bane, Cam. If you look at the shape of a discus, it's kind of shaped like a wing. And if you just get that on the right trajectory with a bit of a headwind, you actually get a bit of a lift.
As I believe, like you said, that was William Cazell. As his numbers just came in, it's a 4.490 for Cazell himself.
And that's a legal throw for Pierce Lepage, and I'm sure that's a sign of relief for him after 2 fouls on his opening 2 throws, Cam. Got to get one in the sector to count.
Absolutely.
So that was Cazell's throw, 44-9.
As we wait for Lepage and Meckler, of course, Nathaniel Meckler getting set up for his throw. I see a 4.570.
4.570 for the decathlete. His seasonal best, 50.28. So not quite out where he has been at his best this year.
What's the time, Jay?
And Meckler not really taking advantage, Cam, of that lift I was talking about.
No, as it kind of winded up a little more shorter than what we saw of the past 2 rounds, or maybe even the past few athletes from this round. It just didn't go as far, like you said, because of that lift or anything.
Yeah, it was quite flat, the throw. We just saw it there on replay. Earnhardt puts on a top, trying to stay warm between throws.
As I don't know, I just saw the numbers come in, 36.41.
I think that was it, Cam. Yep.
I wanted to almost say Jesse Zissou, but I saw Nathaniel Meckler and Zissou just threw, so I kind of got a little bit confused right there.
That's Zissou's throw right there. It's being measured. We see the official with the marker. That's the most dangerous job in sports, Cam.
Being the marker?
Yeah. Think about it. You're having this, throwing this implement, the javelin, the shot put, the hammer throw. My goodness.
I think the one I'd be more scared of compared to all of them is probably the javelin, because that thing could go right through you.
And we will be seeing a women's javelin later on in the competition. Scheduled to start at 7:15 Eastern Daylight Time here in the Toronto area. And it's turned in to be a fabulous day.
We were all looking at rain earlier, Steve. Now we can all look at some sunshine and some clouds, and mostly blue skies. And I think, like I said, the fans over at that fence are taking advantage of that.
There is a crowd congregating over there, just behind where the discus throwers are throwing from. .34.50 the throw for Zissou. And there is the young discus thrower from Royal City Athletic Club out of Guelph. And Peter Nikolovsky will be the final thrower for the round.
Another loud throw there.
Yeah, he's the only one giving it the grunt at the end there. I love that with the throwers, the men and the women. They really get into it. There's that arc that you want to get with the discus kind of sailing into the wind. There's that gusting wind you can see in the trees in the background here at Toronto Track and Field Center, right on Steeles Avenue. That bank of trees that you were looking at on the other side of that is Steeles Avenue, which is the northern border of the city of Toronto proper. It's York Region on the north side of it. There are the bank of trees. If those trees weren't there, you'd be seeing cars going back and forth on Steeles Avenue, the northern border for the city of Toronto.
Now, I don't know about you, Steve, but I'm just looking at the numbers right now, and it just still seems to be showing, I believe, 34.50 for Nikolovsky.
He might have fouled. Sometimes if it's a throw that they're not happy with, and it's not a throw that they know is longer than their longest, they will sometimes just purposefully foul. They don't so it just saves the official team from taking time to measure it. It's kind of understandable. I mean, it's all about the furthest throw.
The furthest,
here,
yeah.
right? Like, who cares that you you threw a throw 4 meters less? So this is now where they go through. The officials will just have a momentary pause here where they redo the order, and now they'll be throwing, as I said, from here on in for the last 3 throws, they'll be throwing from worst to first place. So whoever's in last will throw first now, and we'll work our way through. So I don't know who is in last, but I do know that Jordan Young is in first, so he should be the last one we see go. There are the officials. They're just going over that change right now, and then they'll probably huddle with the competitors to advise them of the new order. And then we carry on with the final 3 throws. 10 minutes to 4 o'clock here in the Toronto area, and as noted, the first event on the track will be the 100-meter preliminaries or semifinals for first women and then men. There is the field event schedule, and there is your track schedule.
As we are going to probably have, Steve, a great day, a great evening too, I should say, of track and field events, but also, like I said, that's why it's called track and field. You got your track events and you got your field events.
100% track and field. Or as the more common term now is, Cam, it's just called athletics. The whole thing is called athletics. World Athletics, Athletics Ontario, Athletics Canada seems to be the term that they're using. Those are the starting blocks that we'll be seeing our 100-meter runners utilize. I think this is our lead official in
that, I think that white windbreaker, I want to say. And it looks like a jacket, but there's also the windbreakers too. I think it just might be that white windbreaker right there.
Don't know what the delay here is. There's that infrared measuring, high-tech measuring tool that they use. No tape measure. That's old school. That sensor is just placed down on the ground where the implement falls out in the sector. Little divot in the grass, usually easy to indicate that.
As we take a look at, I believe that was Nikolovsky's last throw. Now we can get a look here.
Lepage. This is just a quick review of the top throws. Bujanowski now. Meckler. meet is being hosted by Athletics Ontario. Thank you to the whole team at Athletics Ontario, from Paul Oslin, Executive Director, on down. This has been a significant effort to get this track meet going. Of course, with pandemic and COVID-19 protocols still in place, we are moving through levels of restrictions here in Ontario. Next week, I think we
hit stage 2 next week. I think we hit stage 1 this past week, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. I don't know what that means in terms of fans in the stands when we move on to stage 2. I get kind of confused with all the different levels, Cam. I don't know about you.
You know, it was kind of
Can I get a haircut next week? That's all I want to know.
I think that's what everybody wants to know. Can we lose our hair?
All right, here we go. So it is Zissou who is unfortunately the Lantern Rouge here, or in last place. So he will kick things off. And we're throwing now in an order from worst to first, or last to first. So we're just waiting to get Zissou's throw. 41-28. I think that's one of his better ones.
I think that is.
Cam, yep.
I don't think I don't want to be rude, but I don't think I saw one go a little longer, I want to say.
Meckler will be next. And I think this is one of Meckler's better efforts too. I don't know if he's reached the 40-meter mark yet.
It's just great arc, great air, and everything, I want to say, on that on Meckler's throw right there too.
Jason Tunks talking to Pierce Lepage. I think Jason Tunks could probably be Pierce Lepage's father. He's
just by how
old enough. Earnhardt's going to be next. Simple throw, good technique. And he's out on the left side, way left side of the sector, but just inside the line.
I think that just hit the line, or maybe just, like you said, inside a bit. It looked like it hit the line on my end there.
Camera's kind of foreshortening it. We're kind of looking obliquely at the...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Cazell.
That looked like a good throw right there, Steve,
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
That's out near the 40-meter mark, Cam. So he's... that's not his mark. That's the previous thrower's mark. Cazell's...
As here comes Pierce Lepage.
This is Lepage. Big wind up from Lepage. And he seems to be getting an awful lot of height, Cam, but not
enough distance.
Not the distance that he wants. Now, keep in mind, he's not a discus specialist. He is a decathlete, so this is something he does part-time. It's just one of 10 different sports that he has to master, not sports, but disciplines within the sport of track and field. And we will be having momentarily for you our first event on the track. It is slated to be the women's 100 meters. There's Pierce Lepage's discus throw, 45.76.
I think I saw the 4 there by accident, all 45, just one below 44, I think I saw.
44, yes. My apologies. I was adding a meter to his throw. Nikolovsky. There's Nikolovsky with the white cap. We're just waiting for his measurement to come up. What do we see there, Cam?
I think I see a 46 at 42.
Good throw. Sort of in his wheelhouse. He's been consistently in there. Now we go to Jason Tunks. The ageless Jason Tunks. How many times has he ripped one out of the circle? Countless. And Tunks is out there 45 plus by my eye.
Just a lot of air and distance on that for Jason Tunks right there.
That's kind of textbook. That's, the distance wasn't that far, but that was about the arc that you want to see, you know, on the discus as it's heading out towards its final destination on the grass. Bujanowski will be next.
I also think I see Tunks' number, which was 4740 as well. I think I might have read there.
Thanks for that, Cam. That's awesome. Indeed, there it is, 4740. Confirming that. And we're going to go to the track, and this is the women's 100-meter preliminary. They'll set up in lanes as follows. Trinity Miller is in 1, Siobhan Roxborough in 2, Lorianne Desormes in 3, Sade McCready Tardell in 4, Shion Smart in 5, Kayla View in 6, Jacqueline Madogo in 7, Naoko Maxwell in lane 8 from right to left. And they're away with a good start. It was a scratch in 4 for McCreath Tardell. That's unfortunate because she was one of the favorites here. Siobhan Roxborough out to a great start, but being challenged on the outside by Madogo. And those two are no strangers. They've battled it out regularly on the U Sports scene. And Roxborough appears to have the win, 11:62. That is your winner right there, just haunching down on her knees.
She was not that far off too, Steve, from her season best, which was 11.56, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. There was a bit of a tailwind here. We don't know what the wind reading. They love the tailwind, of course, when they're sprinting, but they're only allowed 2 meters per second of wind movement.
As now we're back at the discus throw.
Oh. It's the first time we've seen that, Cam. Gone into the cage from Jessie Zissou, so that'll be a foul, obviously. So the discus goes on, but just confirming the results. They're just Siobhan Roxborough, 11:56. I'm sorry, that was her seasonal best, so we await the final time. And the women's, those are preliminaries. We will have finals coming up. Even though there are 8 competitors, it's just sort of a tune-up for them. We didn't have to eliminate everyone. All 7 will advance. And as I mentioned, we did have a scratch in Sade McCreath Tardeel. That's unfortunate because she was one of the favorites in the women's 100 meters here this afternoon and this evening. Back to the discus, Cam, Pierce Lepage. Even though he's a decathlete, he's ranked seasonally number 4 in Canada in this particular event. If we were to stop the year this year. And Lepage now into the circle.
I think he got enough arc on that one, Steve. What do you say?
That looked pretty good. And despite his problems, Cam, earlier on, keeping it in the sector, look at that. That's right in dead in the middle. So
As some sports firms like to call it, right down Broadway, if I might add, if you're playing baseball.
I mean, you don't get any points, style points added on for accuracy, but you do want to see it right in the middle of the sector optimally. Here's Lepage.
As he heads a 48.32 for his discus right there.
Great. You got a better eye on that than I do, Cam. Thank you for that. This is Nikolovsky. We briefly saw the men's 100 meter. And that should be the next event on the track.
As the numbers just came for Nikolovsky, you have a 47.59.
Now the men getting through to the blocks and getting ready to go for this 100-meter men's preliminary round. Bujanowski with a throw. And that's a big one, Cam.
That might be a new maybe seasonal best for Bujanowski.
That was out there. That's looking to be his best. 52.69 is best coming in here.
As here it comes. I see a 5 right now from Bujanowski. I see a 2, and he beat it, Steve, by about, he's at a 52.77. I think he just beat his new personal best.
Yeah, just by a centimeter. Well done, Mark Bujanowski. Young will be the next to throw, #1 in Canada. 2018 champion. And then hopefully we will go to the 100 meters for the men. We'll get that action for you on the track.
That was another one that was back-to-back discus that were launched out there, I want to say.
Yeah, that's out in the 60-meter range. Cam, as you can see by the standard, look at that. That is just, it's lifting and flying kind of at the same time. There he is, the 2018 Canadian champion.
As he hit I believe that was a 60.57 for Jordan Young.
So here's the men's 100 meters preliminary, and they'll line up as follows. We do have a scratch in lane 1, so lane 1 will be empty. Lionel Tishmanga Mutumba will go in lane 2. Eliezer Adabiji in 3. Dwayne Azamoto in 4. Kaduwashi Mirasawana in 5. Sam Effa in 6. Gavin Smelly in 7. And Austin Ingram in lane. I do want to draw attention to Austin Ingram in lane 8 on the far left there. He is the Canadian T13 record holder for para-athletics of 10.9. He finished 4th at the Para-Athletics World Championships. Also look out in this particular heat, just to his left, Gavin Smelly, 4th in Canada in 2019, and to Smelly's left, Sam Effa. He was 5th at the Royal City 100 meters just a few nights ago.
I also want to bring something up too, Steve, about Gavin Smelly. Has he also ran with Andre DeGrasse before too in the relays?
Indeed he has. He's been on the relay team with Andre at the World Championships and the Olympic Games, and it's very close between Smelly and I think it was Mutumba in there. There's Gavin Smelly. Or was it Adejibi?
Here's the replay right now.
Whoa.
That was very close. As we go back to the discus now, but now we're back at the 100 meters.
Good point, Cam, about the experience of Gavin Smelly. It is Gavin Smelly with a win, 10.32. I can confirm that. So that's an improvement, Cam, on his seasonal best of 10.48. So things are heading in the right direction for Gavin Smelly.
Indeed they are. As we turn back to Pierce Lepage again on another discus.
So I think this is 5th throws.
It's just an absolute launch there. I wanna say maybe not gonna beat his personal best, but just absolutely launched out there.
Well, this was, I think, Lepage's best effort in the competition, Cam, at least in terms of execution and just visually in terms of distance. Don't forget, he fouled the first 2, and then he was a little cautious on the next one. But these last two throws, he's really come into the wheelhouse here, and that's a big throw. That is out sort of 50 plus anyways. Nikolovsky with a throw. And I don't think we've seen the Lepage measurement. Potentially it was a foul. It was too good to be true, as they say. So that 47 there, I'm a bit confused. I'll confess confusion here. I don't know if that's, they're moving pretty quickly there. I don't know if Lepage's throw or Nikolovsky's throw. I do know that it is Jason Tunks who is in the circle now. Next action on the track, I can report, will be in 15 minutes time. So we'll stay with discus for the time being. 400 meters for first women and then men. Jason Tunks.
I believe that made it past the 40 mark there, maybe beyond the 50, I want to say.
Yeah, Tunks has been pretty consistent in that mid to high 40s range. That was the previous throw.
As here come the numbers right now.
And what is it, Cam?
I see a 46-42.
So, as I mentioned, very steady and consistent for Tunks in the mid to high 40s. Bujanowski now with a yell. I know you love the yell, Cam.
Oh, I love the yell. I've heard it from, I believe it was from Nikolovsky too, and now Bujanowski getting into a little bit of the yelling action.
So we do want to say that Bujanowski on his last throw did set a seasonal best, and this is another launch. Look at this. This is really good.
I'd say that one definitely passed maybe the 50 marker, I want to say, on the field for the discus throw.
Well, the last throw for him was 52.77. So we await the measurement on this. If it was a measured throw, I don't think it was. So it was probably a foul, or he purposely fouled it.
And look at that throw from, I believe that was Jordan Young, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
I wanted to say.
That was Young's throw. That wasn't one of his better efforts, Cam. He looks a little frustrated.
I think he wanted to break his own personal best in a way. He wanted to get into a little bit of that personal best action there.
This is Young's throw. And there's that the frustration.
Well, he did hit 62.20, if I might say. So
It might have been his best of the competition.
obviously not the best of his seasonal, because don't forget he hit that a 64.84.
Yes. Did that 64.84 in Charlottesville, Virginia, at a meet down there earlier in the year. And
there's that 62.
That's the Young throw, yep.
That crowd over on that fence, Steve, seems to be getting a little bigger and bigger.
Well, people have seats and just getting comfortable watching the track. It's good. Officially no spectators in the building. If you see any, other human bodies in the building, those are competitors. I'm not 100% sure if coaches were allowed in. This is the field event schedule, so you are watching the men's discus right now. Then we're going to go to women's long jump, women's discus, men's shot put, women's shot put, and then Cam, you mentioned the most dangerous game out there, the women's javelin. I don't want to be an official in that one.
I don't think anyone wants to be an official unless you're brave enough to stand there right when that pole comes down.
Here's our track schedule, and we'll quickly go back to the field events. And I think the discus is officially wrapped up. We will get you final results when we can. So those were those final throws that we saw, Cam. We were kind of cutting back and forth from the discus to the
100 meters.
Yeah, 100 meters on the track. So we may have missed a few throws, but those last few throws we saw were sixth throws, the final throws of the competition. They're just preparing right there on the track right now for the long jump, which will be the next field event that we see. It's the only horizontal jump competition on the schedule. You are watching the Ontario High Performance Series Toronto meet, part of the Athletics Canada Tokyo Qualifier Series, on the road to Tokyo next week in Montreal at the Claude Robillard Centre. Will be the Canadian Olympic trials themselves. A compressed schedule, a meet that runs Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 1 week, starting 1 week from today, again at the Claude Robillard Centre in Montreal. I will be there as part of the commentary team. The meet will be streamed for free on ACTV, being produced by Runners Space. Please go to the Athletics Canada website for more details and information on that. I'm Steve Fleck alongside Cameron Capabianco, giving you the call and the commentary here at the Ontario High Performance Series Toronto meet. For comments, questions, queries, you can find me on Twitter at Steve Fleck. Where can they find you, Cam?
They can find me on Twitter too at CamCap01.
Thank you to Athletics Ontario for hosting and organizing this particular meet in a year that's been sparse on the track meets. Hard for athletes to get the times they need to either qualify for the Olympic trials themselves and then possibly for the Olympic Games. This event is being brought to you by Athletics Ontario and the Government of Ontario and Athletics Canada.
As there we are seeing the long jump setup right now.
So what they're doing there, Cam, is they're setting up the board, the actual jump board. There's a piece of wood, and then right in front of the piece of wood, there's a little insert with a substance that's a little bit like plastic. It's just a review. I'll get back to that in a second. This is just a mini review of our discus competition, which is just wrapped up. It's a good competition, lots of great throwing going on. But in the end, we believe that it was Jason Young who was the winner. No surprise, there he is right there. And this might have been his winning throw, well out beyond the 60-meter. That was that heat of the men's 100 that we just saw moments ago.
The really close battle up at the front there between involving Gavin Smelly.
And confirming that Smelly was the winner in 10:32. Next action on the track will be the women's 400 meters, and there they are. They're just getting set up right now. One lap of the track, 400 meters. It's a small field, but it's a quality one. That's Arden LaRose.
Yeah, for the races, we're not really doing warm-up. We're trying to exact the race.
And right there on camera, and she will set up on the far outside is Amanda Rummery. There she is. She will be in lane 6, and as you can see, she is a para-athlete. Took up para-athletics only in 2018 after an all-terrain vehicle accident. Had to amputate her left arm. And she is the Canadian record holder in the 100, the 200, and the 400 for T46 para-athletes, and she is hoping to make it to Tokyo. So we're just waiting to get this women's 400 off and away.
I believe, Steve, the discus throws finals rankings have been coming out today. And yes, you said Jordan Young did win by 62.47 meters was his best throw.
Great. Why don't you just run through the top 5 there, Cam? If you've got that eyes on that.
Sure. So, as I said, Jordan Young took first place, followed by Mark Bujanowski with 54.3 meters. Jason Tunks finished third with 49.19. Then followed by Pierce Lepage with 48.32. And then Peter Nikolovsky with a 47.71, followed by William Cazell with 45 even. And then you had Taylor Earnhardt with 44.61. Nathaniel Meckler with 41.95, and to wrap it up, Jesse Zizou with a 41.28.
Thanks for that, Cam. So confirming once again, our eyes didn't deceive us. Jordan Young with the win, 62.47. Little off his seasonal best, but I think it's heading the right direction for him. And women's long jump seems to be underway. one of our para competitors. I believe that's Madison Wilson Walker. First jumps in the long jump, and we're ready to go, I think, on the track for the 400 women. So a replay of Madison Wilson Walker's first jump. It's Anaya Nicole Harrison.
As the 400 meters now are underway.
And that's right, we're underway. They're lining up as follows. Rummery started in 6, Katrina Innanen in 5, Christy Onabogo in, I think, in lane 4, and Arden LaRose in lane 3 on the inside. That is Innanen right there. She was 4th in this particular event at the Royal City meet just a few nights ago, 53.29. She ran there. She is 10th ranked in Canada over the 400 meters so far this year. Standout running for University of Toronto in OUA and U Sports 400 and 300 meter running. For many years, it is Innanen with a big lead as they come up to the finish line. And it will be Innanen prevailing with the win. Rummery there coming in. Again, the Canadian record holder in the 100, 200, and the 400 for the T46 para athletes. It's a tough event, Cam. All out for one lap on the track.
Yeah, they left it all out there. At first, I thought it was a little close between Innanen and, I believe it's pronounced Inagabo, or I believe, or
And Hugabo, yes.
Hugabo. Thank you for the correction there, Steve.
No problem.
Yeah, I found it a little close around that first lap there, coming around to the coming around, and then obviously almost at the finish line it looked really close, but then obviously Innanen took the win away.
Confirming that the win was Innanen, 55.86. And Unahugabo, 57.32. And LaRose in 3rd. You're seeing live long jump action right now. Nice technique there from Sonia Drosowicz. It's a whole team of officials working very efficiently, Cam, on the long jump.
2 trying to get the measurements in, and 2 are trying to fly in the sand again.
Yeah, got to smooth it out. So if we're in the order, this should be Emily Omahan from the University of Windsor Athletics Club. Good speed on the runway. And there's the white flag, so it's a good jump. Red means no good, white means good in long jump.
As I think also as well, Steve, we are getting set for the men's 400, I believe, down on the right side of the track.
Yep, men's 400 will be the next action on the oval.
Yeah, men's are in
Robin Selkirk will be the next to go in the women's long jump.
I just thought you were saying all cameras focus on long jump, and I'm like, man, I shouldn't. Yeah.
Basic lift technique, no hitch kick for Selkirk. Using the tape measure here, not the laser measuring device that we saw with the men's discus.
There's no Taya D'Souza steps up.
Yeah, they're just warming up right now.
Good concentration and speed on the runway there from Taya D'Souza. Seasonal best or personal best of her coming in 5.59. That's certainly been the best speed we've seen on the runway, Cam, in the run-up.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a lot of speed in that run up on top with that jump as well, which gave her the white flag, which meant, like you said, Steve, it was a good jump.
Well, when that thing I should explain, I remember I started explaining this before, and we'll just introduce our next jumper. This is Jasmine Scott Kilgo. So we're back to the top of the order. So this is second jumps now for Scott Kilgo. Kilgo second best on seated distances coming in here with 6.22, and Emily Omahen is the second seed. That's the jump from Kilgo. So on the jumping board, there's a board of wood, and then there's a couple centimeters at the front of that board that are, it's a substance similar to plasticine. So if your foot even touches that plasticine, it will leave a little micro impression in that substance, and then that is a foul jump. So then tell the really close ones. This is Madison Wilson Walker, the para long jumper.
As we just take a look right now, Steve, and on this jump, just take a look. I think she might have gone over that wood, which I don't know if that in track and field, does that count as a red flag if you go over that wood?
Yeah, if there's any kind of impression, as I was saying there, Cam, in that plasticine substance at the very front of the board or the piece of wood, then that's a disqualification. That would be a foul, and they don't count that jump.
That was Anya Nicole Harrison with her jump, as now, I believe stepping in is Izzy Gaudreau's.
Yeah, we missed the first round. Izzy Gaudreau's, a young star in the making in heptathlon and pentathlon for women. She does it all. We saw her doing the triple jump and the 100 meters at the Royal City Inferno meet on Wednesday night in Guelph, Ontario at Alumni Stadium. And here tonight Izzy Goudreau's competing in the long jump. So like Pierce Lepage, not a single event specialist, but optimizing heptathlon for women. They compete in 7 events and then a pentathlon indoors. And I think we're ready to go with the men's 400 momentarily. This is Drosnowicz. Nice hitch kick technique, good speed.
Gives her the white flag.
Windmill in the air to maximize distance, and now we go to the men's 400. They'll set up as follows. In lane 1, Jack Berkshire. In 2, Marcus Penaloza. In 3, Joshua Cunningham. In 4, the reigning Canadian champion, Philip Osei. In 5, Austin Cole. In 6, Tyler Harper. In 7, Jalon White. And in 8, Liam Rivard. And we are away with a good start. And moving well early on is Tyler Harper down the back straightaway. Harper going well, already made up the stagger on the man to his right, Jalon White. Harper going well, but now we'll see the form and the fitness of Canada's #1 in this event. Philip Osei coming up on the inside, also going well, is Austin Cole, but it is Osei coming up strong to the finish, and it's going to be Osei, Cole, and I think Harper in there for 3rd place. There he is, the reigning Canadian champion and #1 ranked for the last number of years in this particular event. Philip Osei. Just awaiting the results and the time. Visually, it was pretty obvious, Cam. No need to go to a photo finish there to sort out who won that race.
It wasn't like the women's 400 meter. Or it was clear as day that Philip Osei took the win right there.
46.6 confirming the winning time for Osei. The field coming in and across the line there. Cole was indeed second, 47.11. So that's better than Osei ran in Guelph on Wednesday night. He was 47 something in Guelph, but it was very blustery and windy. This is a tough event to run with a headwind down one side and a tailwind on the other. The wind we had earlier, Cam, it's calmed right down. There's a few gusts here and there, but I'd say it's...
It does look like it got calmer too, but it looks like the clouds are starting to roll in again.
Yeah, there were expected a break in the rain, and there was again chance of rain or thunderstorm later on in the evening. Back to women's long jump action. This is Jasmine Scott Kilgo, so we're back to the top of the order. Kilgo ranked 4th in Canada this year. She did set her personal best, which is also her seasonal best of 6.22. Did that at a meet down in Tampa, Florida earlier in the year.
What race are we setting up
No, I think I saw a couple red flags from the official there, Steve, as well. But towards the bottom of the order, it was Taya D'Souza and Robin Selkirk, who were, I believe, getting a little bit of the red flags. It was either 1 or 2 that I did see, but it was during, of course, the time when we were focusing on the men's 400.
Well, you so often see that. They don't get every jump perfectly. And you want to make sure you get 1 or 2 in, and then maybe go for it. And then sometimes if they get that legal jump in, now they're really going for it, and sometimes they sort of foul in their sort of really going for it attempt. Wilson Walker now. And that is a foul for her. There's the official. He's just smoothing out or making a note of the foul. for the athlete in that little strip of that softer plasticine-like substance that they use. Maybe we don't have a good shot on it, but maybe you can pick it up here a little bit, Cam. Yeah,
Just-
you could see it right there. She was
on it, yeah.
right on and over the board. Next action on the track. We'll stick with the long jump for the time being, but the next action coming up on the track, slated to start at 5:15 local time here in the Toronto area. That's Eastern Daylight Time, and we are coming up to this summer solstice, the longest days of the year. Eastern Daylight Time will be the 100-meter hurdles preliminaries for women first, and then the men. That'll be the next action on the track, but we'll stick with the long jump for now. And it is Gudros who is on the runway. That's a legal jump for Gudros. Not seeing a seasonal result for Gudros. This might be her debut at this discipline for 2021. There was no indoor track season. There was no track season last year. So it's been an unusual year and a half for Canada's top track and field athletes. Drosovic will be next. Not much height, Cam, but she's got good speed on the runway. Drosovic jumped 5:35 at the Johnny Loring meet that was part of the Tokyo Qualifier Series and Ontario High Performance Series just last week. She jumped at 5:35 at that meet down in Windsor, Ontario. It's just a little shy of her personal best of 5:82. So Drosovic in good form.
Speaking of Windsor, here is Emily Omahen.
That's right, Cam. Competes for the University of Windsor Lancers. Omahan does. Top-ranked jumper coming in here on either personal best or seasonal best seed jump, coming in 6:25. That must be her personal best because their seasonal best coming in 5.4 according to Athletics Canada current rankings. We're socially distancing here tonight, Cam. The athletes sitting around out there on the field, and you and me, we're keeping well apart from one another.
Well, we have to follow, obviously, the COVID-19 guidelines put into place by the Ontario government and the Canadian government as well, which is the number one thing if we want to return back to normal, and we can maybe, who knows, sit on the bench together more often and that stuff. Like if we're sitting on chairs outside on the oval, like you said, Steve. D'Souza
will be next. D'Souza's at the bottom of the order. I think this is third jump. So again, what they'll do now is they will pause and we'll go through that same thing that we saw and I discussed in the discus, where they will put them in a different order. We had the original jumping order that started at Scott Kilgo and worked its way through to D'Souza. And now they will jump from worst to first in the final three jumps of the women's long jump competition. Or maybe this is still, this must be third jump then. I'm correct in terms of explaining that, but I might be out of sequence in terms of where we're at jumping. Or maybe I'm right, because I think everyone's going to sit down for a bit. Scott Kilgo was on the runway. Maybe she was even thrown off a little bit. So they will pause here.
And as you can see, Steve, the number one thing about these officials, what they're wearing, which is a part of the COVID-19 guidelines, the face masks.
That's right. Everyone's got a mask on. Good to see. So not that I'm right all the time, but I think I was right that that time, Cam. That was the final jumps for the third round that we saw there with D'Souza. So the officials are just shuffling the order, and they will now jump for the final three jumps of the competition from worst to first. It's very important to get that sand as level as possible. Shovels, rakes, got it all here. It's like a little mini garden center.
Just put some seeds in, maybe some apple seeds, some orange seeds, or sorry, maybe some carrot seeds, I should say, because that's from the ground, not for a tree.
We saw the men's discus, and now the women's discus. I think they're just still going through warm-ups with the women's discus. It's slated for a 5 o'clock start, so yeah, just final warm-up throws going on with the women's discus. I know that you're talking, Cam, about the COVID-19 protocols. Those were the protocols and processes and procedures that we all have to follow. I know that Athletics Ontario had to go to great lengths to make sure that a lot of these same processes and protocols could be replicated in the context of the meet. And that was right down to officials keeping the proper distances, you and me, the announcers and the commentators, keeping our distance, the team that's supporting you and I behind from Humber College. And we do want to give a shout out to your classmates and colleagues at Humber College from the video and the media department who are bringing you these live streaming images. I want to, on behalf of Athletics Ontario, thank you for being here today and helping out with this. It's been great.
As we're still getting a look at some of the warm-ups from the women's discus throw.
Again, there's your field event lineup. Women's discus coming up in a few minutes' time. 5 minutes from now, approximately, start. Men's shot put, women's shot put, and women's javelin, women's long jump going on. Even as we speak, just awaiting to sort out the order for the final 3 rounds. So I think we're set in the long jump. So
I think Anya Nicole Harrison is starting it off right now for us.
these are 4th round jumps. And you're 100% right, Cam. That was Anya Nicole Harrison.
As we are getting set for our 2nd jumper of the day. Or I should say of the day. I should say of the round, Steve. I think we already almost went halfway through the jumps already, and I'm saying 2nd jump of the day.
It's 8 for a row, and I think we need 10.
So this is Selkirk.
Damn it, far
So again, we're jumping Cam here. Reminder that we're going from worst to first.
perfect. I'll grab these.
That's a foul for Selkirk.
Actually, Hazel, I lied. Can you close that? Yeah. No one feels like they can come in. Thank you.
D'Souza will be next.
And there's a foul right there on D'Souza.
So this is often the pattern that you see, and I kind of reviewed this before. That was the official just asking Taya if she wanted to see the foul, and she said, no, I'm fine with that, as she walked back down straight away. So if they've laid down 1 or 2 good jumps in the first 3, now it's time to really kind of open it up and really go for it. And sometimes you see more fouls here in the final 3. If they've already got a jump in that's close to, and we're seeing this pattern repeat itself, as we're seeing the same thing happen with Droswowicz right there, Cam. Another foul.
She really tried to jump far, and as you can see, she tried, and then unfortunately the flag came up for a foul.
So the foot was over the board and into that plasticine-like substance. And again, the officials are great in that they want to show the athlete that they have fouled. Gudros now, the heptathlete, and Gudros just bails out on that one and just runs
right through. I don't know what. I'm trying to think. Maybe she just maybe the jump wasn't there for her.
Well, sometimes what happens is the run up. The run up is off, like she's misstepped or miscounted the steps running up. They have a mark on the runway where they are running from. This is Jasmine Scott Kilgo.
She looks to have cleared that jump right there. And also, Steve, I want to take a quick look, too, at the field. We also have some men's shot put warming up as well.
Yeah, this is what you can get at a track and field meet, a bit of a 3-ring circus. Once the men's shot put gets going, we will have events happening on the track, and 2 events going on simultaneously in the field. Actually might have 3. The long jump for the women, midway through roughly. Discus for the women about to start, and men's shot put starting at 5:15. And I think this is our leader now, Cam Emily Omahen, in the women's long jump. Scott Kilgoo, who we just saw previously, 4th best in the country this year, 6.22. Omahen, just now you're seeing on replay there. She's well back in terms of seasonal ranking, in 14th spot, 5:43 her best. So she's jumping very well here. Possible personal best in the making for her. Madison Wilson Walker now on the runway. Madison Wilson Walker, obviously a double amputee, competes in a range of events for or in the para athletics area. Lots of fouls here, Cam. So athletes living up to my suggestion that on these 4th, 5th, and 6th, they really go for it.
I'm pretty sure, like you just said, everybody is living up to your words of advice right there. I think only one person actually didn't really foul on the long jump in this round.
So Madison Wilson Walker, the para athlete, she is still a junior level, a U20 age athlete. As I mentioned, she has a real range of events that she competes in. Robin Selkirk there with a jump, her best long jump, 4:32. She's also sprints on the track. She was second in the 400 meters in 2016 at the U20 Para Track and Field Championships, and 3rd in the 200 meters. Men's shot.
I think I saw 2 familiar faces from the discus throw, Steve, there.
That's right. We're having some doubling up. We do have some competitors who are in the discus, the men's discus, who we will be seeing in the shot put. Mark Bujanowski, Pierce Lepage, William Kizell, and Nathaniel Meckler we'll all see in the shot put. And again, that's getting underway in about 15 minutes time. Try to bring you as much of the action as we can here. Big effort and a foul. And the women's long jump from Taya de Souza. Drostowicz will be next. There she is on the runway. And Cam, the long jumpers are going to be able to use that bit of tailwind that they have. The winds have died down a little bit, but it is pushing them down that runway towards the pit, which will be helpful. And they do have a wind meter there. And if it is more than 2 meters per second, the jump, it'll count in the competition, but it won't count for record purposes. Another look at Droskowicz's jump. There is the para athlete, Wilson Walker, with Gudros on deck and ready to go. Gudros had some problems with the run up in the last time, just bailed as she hit the board. It's the fifth jump for Gudros. Good speed. She sprints and her land does it again. Cam, something's off there.
She shoots a little smile also to the camera there. I think she knew that something wasn't right with her jump there. Here is Emily Omahan.
Unfortunately, we're not getting the jump results on a board, but we can tell you that Omahan and Scott Kilgo are the top two. Gudros in 3. Those are your top 3 in the long jump, and that's another foul. So everyone seems to be living up to my suggestion of getting in a couple of good legal jumps in the first 3 and then really trying to go for it in those last 3 opportunities. And we'll see Omahan here, Cam, just coming up, and yeah, you can see even on that angle the foot was over a bit. And the same problem for Wilson Walker, Cam, as Gudros was having. Problems with the steps.
I think on that one she could tell she really missed her steps, like what she was counting.
Women's discus. Opening round throws in the discus.
As we are already four people through, Steve. We are at Renee Fossell right now. The the fourth member right now who just threw her discus right now.
That's right, Fossell. Seed mark coming in of 34.47.
She just missed that, I believe, that 40 marker right there. Sitting with a 34.61.
No, it's fine right now.
Liv Sands with a throw.
She gets a 35.94. Now, this is one that shocks me, Steve. I believe it's Trinity Tutti who has, Tutti, I don't know how to pronounce that, but she has a 57.93, I believe, as she just launched that one right out.
Big time, Cam. Good eyes. Tootie, number 2 ranked discus thrower in Canada this year. Her seasonal best 58.77, and she did that at the Johnny Loring Classic meet in Windsor just a week ago. So she is in good form in that 60 or high 50s kind of range. That was Laura Calovini. A barely legal throw, just inside the marker there.
She didn't really have any of those turns, Steve. I don't know if you saw that. She didn't really turn her body a lot.
If they're, yeah, that's a good observation, Cam. If they're new to the event, and some of these people are not sort of, you know, national caliber. This is Julia Tunks.
As you can see in the background there, Calovini hit a 18.96 for her discus.
And Julia Tunks, the daughter of Jason Tunks, so it's a father-daughter combo here in the discus. We just saw father Jason throwing a short while ago, daughter Julia throwing now. Back to that technique, and that was the previous throw. Back to that technique, Cam, that was a good observation. So newer people who are new to the discus, it's a simpler throw. They just get the simple throwing action going, and then you'll see the more advanced throwers doing the spin move across the circle to build up momentum. So Tunks's throw, 51.62. And that's out there. That's near her
season best as well.
Seasonal best of 52.8. So good opening throw from Julia Tunks. Liliana Lubasic.
You kind of could hear that scream too, like you would hear in the guy's discus. You could hear the scream again. As they are giving the results to the man to put it on And I believe that is a 24.39 for Lucibich right there, Steve.
That's Allison Stevens with a throw. We have several para athletes competing with us here today. Stevens, one of them. Lubicic as well. Lubicic, a veteran of 5 Paralympic competitions and representatives for Canada. She was inducted into the Canadian Paralympic Hall of Fame in 2011 and still competing at age 60 plus. It's rude for a gentleman to mention a woman's age, but phenomenal performance. And we're going to be going to the hurdles in the first heat of 2, I believe we're going to have for the women in the 100-meter hurdles. 23:21 was that throw for Renee Fassel.
Romy, do you want me to go to hurdles?
And now we go to the track and the hurdles, and they'll line up as follows. Lane 1 will be empty. Nike Abidouin in lane 2, Tara Bogue in 3, Sean Smart in 4, Farah Jacques in 5, Taya D'Souza in lane 6, taking a break from the long jump. Angela White, Angela White in lane 7, and Robin Selkirk in lane 8. Keep your eye on the middle of the track. Farah Jacques in lane 5, the favorite here. Jacques was 3rd in this event at the Royal City meet just a few nights ago. And we are away with a clean start. Angela White going well early on, but now Jacques coming on strong. It is White and Jacques together as they come up to the finish, and it's going to be close, but I think it was Jacques with the win.
You know, Steve, I don't think anybody realizes if you sit close to that gun may not seem loud on TV because you may be able to turn the television down, but when you're sitting close to it, that thing is a loud, loud noise.
It was. That's heat number 2. Just getting their block set, and I can confirm that it was Farah Jacques with the win. Angela White, the 3-time Olympian there with number 7 on the left side of your screen. Looked to be in 2nd, 14.12. Multi-time Commonwealth Games medalist, Angela White has been. Pan Am Games as well. 3 Olympic teams, a number of World Championship teams. And now we're getting set for semi-final number 2 here. I believe they're using traditional top 3 in each heat, and then the next 2 fastest times to advance through. So Nike Abidouin from heat number 1 finished 3rd, so she's confirmed through. Taya D'Souza, who was taking a break from the long jump, 15:08 was her time, so she'll have to sit and wait. That's Joy Spear Chief Morris. We're just looking at right now. She will start in lane 3. Spear Chief Morris, ranked number 6 in Canada in 2019. She was 4th in this event at the Royal City Meet a couple nights ago. And she wrote a great story in the Globe and Mail on ethnic and racial diversity and inclusion in Canada in the opinion section. It was a huge article. She is studying law at University of Western Ontario and a very accomplished writer in that way. So to have a double-page spread article in the middle of the opinion section of the Globe and Mail is a significant achievement. And she also happens to be one of Canada's top hurdlers. They'll line up as follows. In lane 2, Mariam Abdul Rashid. She was the winner in Guelph. Actually, no, sorry. She was 2nd. Spear Chief Morris, as mentioned, in lane 3. Jamie O'Connor in 4. Maud LeVay in 5. Haley Reid in 6. And Abby Weening in 7. I'd keep a sharp eye on lanes 2 and 3. Spear Chief Morris and Abdul Rashid with possibly a nod to O'Connor in 4. So the 3 inner lanes are the ones to focus on. And Abdul Rashid out to a great start in red on the right side of the screen now. Still in the lead, coming on strongly is Jamie O'Connor. But I think it was Abdul Rashid with the win. O'Connor and Spear Chief Morris battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. There it is, confirmed. Abdul Rashid, the red flash across the finish line there with the win, 13.27. Her winning time. There's your winner. This is one of the higher skilled events in track and field. Confirmed that it was Spear Chief Morris getting in there for 2nd, very close between her and O'Connor, just 3/100ths of a second between those two. So there's your top 3 auto qualifiers, led to the finish line by Mariam Abdul Rashid. Number 3 ranked in Canada this year. Abdul Rashid is 2021. This is men's shot put. And they're shouting for you, Cam.
I keep telling them. I guess I keep telling them. Every time I say they keep shouting, they just want to shout more.
There's Pierce Lepage. He's going to be next. That was Bujanowski, who just threw.
Again, like you said, Steve, there are a couple people from the discus throw that we're going to be seeing in the men's shot put right now.
Bujanowski and Lepage were definitely in that group, Cam. Good eye. Pierce Lepage. Might Canada go with 2 medals at the Olympic Games? Damian Warner finished 3rd in the decathlon at the 2016 Olympic Games. Pierce Lepage was kind of just starting out in decathlon back then. But they are close to being the number 1 and 2 ranked decathletes in the world this year going into the Tokyo Olympic Games. Nothing's for sure. But Damian Warner would dearly like to win that decathlon in Tokyo in just over 30 days. Polly with a throw. Eli Polly from Sisu Throws. This is the scene nationally this year in the shot put. Tim Netto is the leader. Bujanowski is second ranked on the year. Pierce Lepage, I was just talking about him. He is ranked 8th. Cam, you told me you threw the shot.
I used to throw it back in elementary school, back up in Oakville there, Steve.
Nice.
I think I finished one time, I think I want to say third back in elementary school.
Do you have the ribbon?
The old ribbons that they used to give out back in elementary school? Oh, how I wish. No. I think I might have, I think when I got it, it might have ripped on me.
Yeah, I will be focusing on ball.
Parents like to collect those little mementos.
Oh,
I used to have like a big memory box filled with medals and that stuff. And, actually, you know what? I gotta check now when I get home. I gotta check to see if my my ribbon's still in there from.
You never know. The parents hang on to that kind of stuff forever. So that second or third or even first place medal you got in that shot put might still be hanging around. Spencer Lewis with a throw. Don't have a seasonal mark for Spencer Lewis, so potentially a seasonal debut for him. Zion Webb will be the next man into the circle. Speed, timing, precision.
And another yell.
And a foul. Official just indicating there out to the right of the sector, just like the discus we saw. Need to keep it inside the sector lines.
As now we have William Caselli up.
It's showing something.
Eric Braithwaite with a mighty roar.
Look, you can see a little glimpse, Steve, of those parents, those fans, whatever you want to call them, the family members out on that right side of the fence there, outside of the track, obviously.
Track is back, but I'm attaching the word sort of at the end of it because fans, as you mentioned, Cam, there they are, off in the distance outside of the facility. Eric Braithwaite, ranked 6th in the country this year, 15:49. Just confirming the finalists for the hurdles for the women as Bujanowski makes another throw through to the final. Coming up later on in the program, Abdul Rashid, Jacques, Spear Chief Morris, White, O'Connor, Abidouin, Leveille, and Reed through to the final of the women's 100-meter hurdles. That is coming up at 7:15 local time, Eastern Daylight Time here in the Toronto area. 17:49, the
I'm good.
last throw for Bujanowski. That's close to his seasonal best. Bujanowski, 17:61 is his seasonal best. So At 17:49, you're seeing on there on the board was the last throw for Bujanowski. That's Pierce Lepage's throw, I think, coming up 13 even.
Show the score if you want.
Next event on the track is going to be the 110-meter hurdles. We'll stick with the shot put for now. Eli Polly with a good throw. That was out beyond the 16 mark, maybe 17 meters mark. 18:46, his personal best coming in. Men's 100-meter, 10-meter hurdles. Next event on the track, they'll line up as follows. Adam Exley will be in lane 1 from the Royal City Athletic Club. Craig Thorne in 2 from the Golden Eagle Club. Marceau Jovan in 3 from CANI Athletics. Alexander Collins in 4 from London Western Track and Field Club. Taylor Einhardt in 5. Running unattached in lane 6, Cameron Bruce, and from the Ottawa Lions, David Adelaide in lane 7. The men's 110-meter hurdles. This is a preliminary. We'll have a final coming up later on. Keep an eye on lane 2, Craig Thorne, and a false start.
I also want to mention too, Steve, that another person we saw like in the shot put, Taylor Earnhardt, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was also in the discus throw, I believe.
Could be, and you often see this, Cam, is that the decathletes, the multi-athletes, there's very limited number of decathlons that they're available to, so they will compete in multiple events in a given meet, and that's a good point. We did see him in the discus, now he's in the hurdles. So it's not a full decathlon, but 2 events anyways out of the 10. Keep your eye on lane 2. Craig Thorne, the only man with a time under 14 seconds here. He's a deceptive hurdler. There he is. Thorne, not a big man, not terribly tall, but incredible hurdling technique once he gets up to speed. And we are away, and we're looking right down the hurdles. It is Thorne with a lead, and he is starting to run away with this with his superior technique, but being challenged there by, I think it was Cameron Bruce coming up on the outside. But Thorne leading through the middle part of the race with a great start and superior hurdling technique. There is the Royal City Athletics hurdler. And yeah, it was Thorne in with the win. 13.97, so that equals his personal best. Cameron Bruce,
This guy won.
I believe, was
This guy won, not 201.
second. Just see him there. He's got U of T kit on, but
I think I saw a couple people there having a UFT kit on as well.
my apologies, it was Collins, Alexander Collins in second. Out of lane 4. And Marceau Jovan was the third placer. Adelaide 4th, 15:03. Actually 5th, 15:04. So very close between those two. back to the men's shot put, Cam.
Yeah, as we see one of our athletes, I believe that's Eric Brothwaite, who just hit that right on the line of the sector.
So I think that does count as a foul. I'm sorry, those results were corrected. I do apologize. It was Cameron Bruce. I thought so. I think it was a momentary glitch in the timing. Apologies. So it's Thorne, Bruce, Collins, 1, 2, 3. Bujanowski now, Cam.
Just with a great yell again. I don't know, I think these athletes really like to yell, Steve, right there.
It's a good throw.
Yep. The 800.
Next racing on the track will be the women's and men's 800 starting at 6 o'clock local time. 25 minutes from now, 17:30. The throw for Bujanowski. Now it's Lepage.
Arm doesn't look to be feeling sore there. Would you say that, Steve?
Well, he just did the discus, and now he's going to do the shot put. He threw his personal best, season's best, 14:31. That equaled Damian Warner's throw at the Goetz's decathlon competition, the hypo decathlon. Lepage and Warner going second and first there. That's sort of the kind of acknowledged as the world championships of decathlon for men, heptathlon for women. There is Lepage's mark, 13.94, so still a little bit shy of his seasonal best. Pauly now steps in.
You know, I was noticing something too, Steve. I don't know if you noticed on Pauly's neck, he also has some of that, I want to call it that white stuff that you'll find when you put on like the tape or something.
Yeah, so that's the chalk. They chalk up both the shot itself, the palm of their hand, and then on their neck as well, because you see how it rests in there up against the side of his neck and his cheek.
Yeah.
And then it gets pushed out, you know, from that particular perspective. So
all I have to say to that is I wish they had that back when I was in elementary school doing shot put.
Well, it keeps the sweat off of the shot, because you could imagine if the shot it gets kind of wet,
It could kind of get
sweat. You don't want to slip at all. So
yeah.
Eli Pauly looks happy with his throw. We're just waiting to see the distance there. Is that it there? 1697.
I think they went back to the tent to go have a little chat just to make sure that that is the correct distance that they got there.
Because if that is an impressive throw. That's one of the better ones in the country this year from Pauly.
Again, I believe his season best, Steve, there was a 18.46. So he's a little shy as well, like you mentioned with, I believe, Bujanowski. I believe you mentioned that it was a little shy of his personal best. So I'm thinking too with Pauly, that's kind of shy of his personal best. But it is possible. It's cool looking.
There's Eric Braithwaite. As you had said, Cam, he's applying the chalk to the shot. And look at it, it's all coated around the back of the neck and the side. Braithwaite just waiting his turn in the circle. You're watching live coverage of the Ontario High Performance Series Toronto meet, part of the Athletics Canada Tokyo Qualifier Series. We are live at the Toronto Track and Field Centre on the campus of York University in the north part of Toronto. I'm Steve Fleck alongside Cameron Capabianco and the awesome team from Humber College audio and video program supplying these images for you. Coverage of this meet, the last meet of the Tokyo Qualifier Series before we get to the Olympic trials next weekend, starting 1 week today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Montreal at the Claude Robillard Center. You can watch free live streaming coverage of those Olympic trials on ACTV, athleticscanada.tv. Produced by Runner Space. I'll be involved with the commentary there, play-by-play by Corey Erdman. I'll be doing the expert commentary. 3 days of great track and field action with Canada's very best as they make a final run at team spots for the Canadian Olympic team heading to Tokyo. So Cam, I think this is this lull in the action. They've finished the third throws. They're sort of just going to re-rank the throwers from worst to first.
That's what you've been saying, Steve, for every single event too. Like the long jump.
Yeah.
The first discus throw that of course involved Pierce Lepage, Bujanowski, and Nathaniel Meckler. So obviously, like you mentioned, it's all probably about just seeing the edge for the best.
All the field events follow that pattern of this shift after the first 3 rounds, throws, jumps, etc. And then they throw the final 3 rounds in that worst to first order. And as I mentioned previously, Cam, you can kind of see it, when you get a bit of an advantage, to throwing last, because then you know what your competition has already done.
Which is why I think throughout the competitions, you want to be having probably one of the best records there so you can go last to see what the competition has for you.
Bit of a psychological advantage, too.
Well, the sun still seems to be shining, wouldn't you say, Steve?
Looks fabulous. It's a great evening here in Toronto. It's warmed up. Was cooler before. Temperature in the high teens. I think it's probably with the sun out now, it feels a little bit warmer.
And let's not forget to mention all that rain we were having beforehand.
Well, again, big thanks to the Humber College audio video students and Steph Gagnon and their crew setting all of this up in the rain. And the sun is out, and we have live track and field coverage for you here. There we go. We're back in action.
Bring one water bottle. पानी नहीं है अभी चलेगा अभी ओ
$12.82. Apologies, I could not catch who that was.
I believe that was Mark Bujanowski. Or actually, you know what? I keep forgetting because they kept reseeding.
Yeah, they went. They've redone the order, so now they're going from worst to first. This is Lepage. So Lepage in 7th position. It's a good throw from him. Pierce Lepage, you can tell the sort of the build. I mean, he needs to be an all-rounder, and so needs to do everything well, from 1,500 meter running to pole vault to high jump to long jump to hurdles, shot put, etc. for the decathlon. So this isn't a sort of a specialty of his, but most decathletes like to go to meets like this to really work on their weaknesses, and I would say this is probably one of Pierce Lepage's weaker events of the 10. Eric Braithwaite in now. Spencer Lewis, quick spin, not much arc, Cam, on that throw.
Not much arc, but I believe he did get it out to just either past or before the middle mark of that 16 meter. I keep forgetting what that shot put's called. I think I just lost my train of thought right there.
No problem.
Oh, it just came back in my head. Sector, that's what it was. The shot put sector.
Yes, there it is. That one, yeah, and you see he's kind of pushing that out almost horizontally. Wasn't enough angle going up. Polly's going to be next. Now, by contrast, Cam, you could see there how there was much higher arc, like going up.
Right.
It's a legal throw, so they'll measure it. There's a lot going on. Seems like a simple action, but got to coordinate a lot of things, from the feet, the action of the feet, all the way up, and the final push and release of the shot itself. Bujanowski now steps in.
As another big roar comes out of Bujanowski.
Big yell from Bujanowski, and that's a good throw. That's out 17 meters plus.
So I'm trying to see, I think I see 17.80 for, I believe that was, like you said, Steve, Bujanowski.
Yeah, I think there it is. I just saw it, 17.80. So if that's the case, that's a seasonal best throw for Mark Bujanowski from Guelph, Ontario. There it is, confirmed. Bujanowski's absolute personal best, 18.30. Did that back in 2019. And Cam, for track and field athletes, you have to understand that, like, 2019 was the last full year of real competition. I mean, everything shut down in the early part of 2020, a bit of an indoor track and field season, but then there's almost been nothing in Canada and for many of our top athletes just since the last few weeks. So this is kind of coming back from a long shutdown. So
It's been almost, I believe now, I want to say over a year now of a shutdown. Like you said, we shut down in early March. Now we are back with more sports. It's starting to look, I'm just gonna knock on wood right now, but it's starting to look good for some sports in a way to make a return.
William Cazell, as you had said, Cam, we saw him in the discus, so doing both here tonight. Bujanowski as well, Lepage.
I believe Meckler was another one.
That's right, Meckler. Zion Webb. Now, we've not seen Webb throw just because we've been in and out of this event. So this is the first time we've actually seen Zion Webb throw. Webb's ranked 8th in the country this year. Best throw of 14:31.
As that is being blocked by Pierce Lepage's head.
Yeah, tell Pierce to get out of the way. It's a 12:66. I'm looking out the window here. Cam, I got it. 12:66 for Zion Webb. So he was at the bottom of the order. So Meckler is next. And now we're working our way through on 5th throws here from worst to first.
They're getting a good look too of the officials.
Eric Braithwaite, he's got an easy number to remember, 111.
Just I'm pretty sure if you have every number as a 1, that is the best number to have.
Big throw from Braithwaite. 15:49 is his best seasonal throw. Good rotation. That's the kind of trajectory that you want to see, heading out at about a 45-degree angle. Nice arc, good lift, and a decent distance. And we await the measurement for Eric Braithwaite. While we're doing that, just a reminder that the next event on the track will be the women's 800 coming up in a little bit less than 10 minutes time. I think there was a foul for Braithwaite, so Spencer Lewis will be next. Foul for Lewis, the red flag up.
Foul.
At the big meets, Cam, they have this little device that rolls the shot put back to the thrower back at the circle. They don't even have to walk out and retrieve their own one. It's a little cart actually that just runs back.
Like a little remote control kind of?
Exactly. Pauly with a throw. This is a good one. That one's out in the 17-meter range. Another look at Pauly's throw. We can't hear the yell on the slow motion replay, but we appreciate having a look at the replay. See the skill and the technique of these big men throwing the shot.
I think I just got his numbers, Steve. I think I got 1629 for Pauly.
Yeah, and a big yell from Bujanowski there. That is right, 1629 for Pauly. Bujanowski just launched it, and a big throw from Mark Bujanowski, number 2 on the season, although the red flag came up, so that was a foul. He may have fouled that on purpose, as I said earlier. Sometimes if they know that it's not beyond what they've thrown before, they actually do the officials a bit of a favor and just say, okay, I'm going to foul it. They walk out the front of the shot put circle, which fouls the throw.
As I just wanted to add to Steve, the women's shot put has, or not the women's shot put, I should say, the women's discus throw had wrapped up.
Do you have results?
I do. Trinity Tutti took the win with a 55.18. Julia Tunks, 51.62. You had Allison Stevens, 42.76. Liv Sands took a 36.86. Renee Fossell took a 35.17. That was in 5th place. And also, a little bit sick, took a 27.40 for herself, as Bolton would finish in 7th with a 23.50. And Calovini finished with a 19.96 in last place.
Thank you, Cam, for that. Zion Webb. A good throw.
You know, you get all those, Steve, in the background, all that city sound from buses, cars, and everything. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can.
1382, I can hear it too. There goes one of the TTC buses
in the background right
in
there.
the background right there, right on cue. And another one. It's a busy, this is a new hub here now with the subway coming up here to York University. And the subway stop is literally just behind the front entrance to the Toronto Track and Field Center, so very convenient for those coming up to York University. Want to train on the track. Subway stops right at the front door. Braithwaite now getting it out there.
Believe that just landed right in the sector.
Just touching the tape.
After this shot. After this shot. They will come to me after this. I know.
It went inside, then rolled onto the tape for a bit, and then rolled off the tape.
Well, as long as it came down inside, the little divot in the grass, that's all that matters.
I'm ready.
Spencer now.
I believe he had a 14.12, Steve. I believe that was Braithwaite, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a good throw for him. That's Spencer's throw. Braithwaite's best on the year, 15.49, so he's starting to get out into that high 14.
And I believe the flag has come up for, I believe, Spencer Lewis, if I'm not mistaken there.
Foul on the throw.
Thank you.
And we're going to have the women's 800 on the track very shortly.
In about maybe, I want to say 2 minutes till 6 o'clock right there.
We'll get to that women's 800, which is underway momentarily. Still with the shot put.
Do you want me to go to the race?
And now we're back to the track. Live images from the women's 800. Gracelyn Larkin, Madison Clark, Ashley Taylor, Sonia Glaskin, Andrea Propp, Sasha Golish, and Holly Nelson are the contestants in the women's 800. They're just coming up to the 400-meter mark. 61 is the opening lap. And that's Ashley Taylor out in the lead. And now being passed by Sonia Gaskin. Taylor has a personal best in the 2:03 range. Gaskin a seasonal best of 2:06. She was second in the B final at the Royal City meet earlier in the week. Taylor now coming back on Gaskin. Here they come into the final 100 meters. Taylor now turning it on all the way to the finish line. This is where the 800-meter run really starts to catch up with you, and it is Taylor right to the finish line. Gaskin comes through in second. And the rest of the field in and on. That's Sasha Golish. Golish was in fourth. Interesting story. Sasha Golish, bronze medalist in the Pan Am Games. There's your winner, Ashley Taylor. Sasha Golish won a bronze medal in the Pan Am Games just across the street at Lions Stadium. That's where the track and field was for the 2015 Pan Am Games. Golish winning the bronze in the 1500 meters. One of the greatest ranges in Canadian middle and long distance running. She's run national caliber times from 800 through to the half marathon. This is Taylor coming across the line. Looks to be a winning time of just over 2:05, so off of her personal best. Gaskin pushed her hard all the way through to the line. There is your winner once again, Ashley Taylor.
It's just another look at that final push for the finish line right there. As once again, like you mentioned so many times, Steve, your winner, Ashley Taylor.
Well, that's right where the 800 really catches up with you, Cam. That last 50 to 60 meters, there's an absolute storm of lactate building up in your muscles. Your legs are just screaming at you to stop. Your lungs are heaving, but Ashley Taylor weathered that storm supremely over Sonia Gaskin from the host York University club, which trains normally out of this facility.
As you know what, Steve, I'm looking at the fence again, and I'm seeing yet more and more cars pull up to the athletic center right here, to the track center. I mean, as I guess more people want to come watch some track and field outside on the fence.
It's a tailgate party in the parking lot. And our men's shot put appears to be concluded. Next event on the track will be the men's 800-meter run.
Well, Steve, another event wrapped up as men's shot put is officially in the books. Mark Bujanowski taking first with a 17.80 meters. That is followed by Paulie, I should say, excuse me, with a 17.17 meters. Then you got Spencer Lewis with a 15.81. Eric Brothwaite with a 14.44. And then you have Pierce Lepage with a 14.28.
Thanks for that, Cam. Back to the men's hurdles. Craig Thorne with a win for the men. And for the women, these were the prelims that we had earlier on. We're going to have another peek at the hurdles later on in the competition. Winner of the preliminary round for the women was Miriam Abdul Rashid in a time of 13.270.
As here come the hurdles again.
That's right, Cam. First we saw the women. Abdul Rashid with the win, and there once again is Craig Thorne winning the men's. That was a preliminary round. We will have the finals for them coming up just past 7 o'clock at 7:15 local time in the Toronto area. The finals for the men's and women's hurdles. 100 meters for the women, 110 meters for the men.
And here's still what's remaining on the track for tonight. Obviously, you have the women's 800 meters. Oh, sorry, I'm probably reading that. So, you have the men's 100 meter. You have the women's 100 meter hurdles, and then you have the men's 110 meter hurdles. And then I believe I think I just missed 2 times at 6:45 and 6:55 is the women's 100 meter final. And then here you have at 7:15, you have the women's 100 meter hurdles, followed by the men's 110 meter hurdles. That starts at 7:15, followed by the 7:25 for the 110 meter hurdles for the men. Then at 7:45, the women's 1,500 meters. Then the women's 200 meters at 8 p.m. And then to wrap it all up at 8:10, I believe it is the men's 200 meters.
That's right, Cam, and it's just a recap of the field event schedule. Men's shot put, as Cam, you just mentioned, just concluded. Women's shot put set to start at 7:15, and then the women's javelin also at 7:15. Those would be the last 2 field event competitions. Just revisiting that 800 meter race and to recap the times, Ashley Taylor was the winner in 2:05.11. Sonia Gaskin, as I mentioned, pushed her right to the finish line, 2:05.62. Adria Prop was third in 2:07, and just behind her by 0.2 of a second behind Sasha Golish. As I mentioned, this place right here, York University, very familiar to her. She won the bronze medal in the women's 1,500 meter run at the 2015 Pan Am Games that Toronto hosted, a packed stadium, and many friends and fans of Sasha on hand to watch her win that bronze medal. Next event on the track is going to be the men's 800 meters. We just saw the women. The men will be next. And there is one athlete.
Make that 2 of them.
2 or 3 here that we'll want to focus on, but the main one right there is on the right side of your screen. Robert Heppenstall, just walking down the track, just going through his final warm-up. He was the winner of the 800 meters for the men at the Royal City track and field meet a couple nights ago. It wasn't the best night for 800 meter running. He ran 1:48, a bit off his personal best, and his seasonal best this year. Heppenstall has run 1:46, I should say. So just a few tenths of a second off his lifetime personal best. Also, we just saw Matt Larkin there briefly on screen. Larkin, a standout when he was in high school. The OFSA silver medalist in this particular event, the 800 meters in 2019. He has a personal best of 1:49. In yellow on the screen right there, Liam Rivard. Rivard also one of the best 800 meter runners of his generation in Ontario high school running. He was the bronze medalist in the men's 800 in 2019. And he is a fast 400 meter runner as well. 49 seconds, his personal best over 400. Larkin, this is a really a renewal of many battles that these two had in the high school ranks. Rivard and Larkin going toe-to-toe here in the men's 800, but I think it's that man right there, Cam, with the headband and the long hair, the COVID hair, Robert Heppenstall, who is on paper and by time our favorite in the men's 800. Second ranked in Canada this year, Heppenstall is. Heppenstall, when he was in high school, a multi-time winner of the 400 and the 800 at the OFSA high school championship level. Just walking down the track, chatting briefly with
let me find 183, 185.
Larkin.
Take camera 3. It's 151.
There's Kyle Madden from the Royal City Athletics Club, relatively new club out of Guelph, Ontario. He's the 2017 Canadian U20 1500 meter champion. They're going to line up in lanes as follows. Nick Neary will start out in 1, Kyle Madden in 2, Ben Richardson in 3. That is Richardson with the neon Newmarket Huskies top on there in the middle of your screen. Robert Heppenstall, already talked quite a bit about him. Heppenstall will start in 4. Matt Larkin, as mentioned, he will wear hip 5 and start in lane 5. Liam Rivard will start in lane 6, and Micaiah Ellis will start outside in lane 7.
Just give me 10 seconds, Romit.
And it's a good start. They'll run the first 100 meters in lanes and then break to the inside from that point. Probably looking at a first lap time. There's only 2 laps in the race, in the low 50s. 52, 53 seconds is what they would like to see. I'm sure that's what Robert Heppenstall would like to see. It's Rivard in first. Heppenstall tucked right in behind him. Madden a little bit back, maybe a couple strides back in third. Rivard still in the lead as they come on up to the 400 meter mark. And it's bang on 52 seconds by Liam Rivard. This is a bold move by Rivard. Heppenstall tucked in right behind. Rivard was doing pacing duties, so he steps off the track, and now it is Robert Heppenstall all the way to the finish line. Kyle Madden about 10 meters back now. This is all about time for Heppenstall. He needs to get his time down. He's on the outside with a long shot at maybe qualifying for the Olympic Games, but he does need to get his time down to close to his 1:46 personal best. And Heppenstall's given it us all down the final straightaway, digging hard for the line. We'll check the clock at the finish line. Oh, it's 1:46 and a bit for Heppenstall. Madden in second. There is your winner. He looks none the worse for wear after going all out for 1 minute and 46 seconds. This is one of the hardest physiological races. It's going to be 1:46 and something. It's 1:46.73. So that is a seasonal best time for Robert Heppenstall. Rivard stepped off the track with 300 to go, and it was a solo effort from the man who spent the last 4 years studying and on scholarship at Wake Forest in North Carolina. Great pace work from Liam Rivard. It was obviously predetermined that Rivard would pace for the race to that point and then leave it to Heppenstall. So that is a great solo effort in a sort of a non-competitive competition for Robert Heppenstall. And I'm sure he's pleased with that, Cam, going into the Olympic trials next week. What did you think of that 800?
I honestly thought that was probably one of the best 800s I could ever thought of. I mean, we saw Liam Rivard step off due to pacing duties, and then we saw Robert Heppenstall, of course, just take over and beat his, I believe it was his personal or seasonal best that you said.
It's close to his personal best. I think it is a seasonal best, but very close to his lifetime personal best as well.
I think too, now Steve, we're getting set for the javelin, I believe, or the women's shot put, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the, I know it's one of the throws, if I'm not mistaken.
You're watching live coverage of the Ontario High Performance Series, part of the Tokyo Qualifier Series. This particular event hosted by Ontario Athletics. Big thank you to Paul Osland and the whole team at Athletics Ontario, AO. Little highlight package for you folks watching at home of the action so far. Women's 800, close battle right to the finish line. Ashley Taylor prevailing. Braithwaite in the shot put. Bujanowski and Lepage in the discus. Trinity Tuddy in the discus. That just completed men's 800 meters, one of the best races of the night. Robert Heppenstall bringing it home, dipping in at 1:46. You're watching live coverage of the Ontario High Performance Series, Toronto meet, part of the Athletics Canada Tokyo Qualifier Series. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more action coming up left on the program. Javelin for the women and the 100-meter finals, 110-meter hurdle finals, the women's 1500, and then wrapping up with the 200 meters. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time.
Old timey calisthenics is really cool.
That looked good. Good on.
Thank
Ready
you.
to go.
Lost my mind. What is it again? Oh, left,
champion Siobhan Roxborough. In lane 5, Naoka Maxwell. In lane 6 will be Trinity Miller, and in lane 7, Lori Ann Desormes. The final for the women's 100 meters. And we're away with a good start. It is Roxborough on the inside, going really well, and it is Siobhan Roxborough kind of running away with this, but got a little run for it from Naoka Maxwell over the final few meters to the finish line. There is your winner, Siobhan Roxborough. She was 3rd place at the Royal City Inferno on Wednesday night. Number 5 ranked in Canada seasonally this year in 2019, and another strong performance by the multi-time OUA and U Sports champion. Over 60 meters indoors, ripping it up here over 100 meters, and pushed right to the line with a strong and bold run from Naoka Maxwell, winner of the Ottawa High Performance 100 meters earlier in this very short and brief season. Maxwell also a finalist in the 200 meters at the 2019 Canadian Track and Field Championships. But tip of the cap to Siobhan Roxborough with a win here in the 100 meters. Cam, what did you think of that?
I thought at first it was going to be a runaway from Siobhan Roxborough, but then as you started looking towards the end, you could see, like you mentioned, Naoka Maxwell just coming in out of nowhere and almost making this a very close photo finish race in the only 100 meters of the race.
Just confirming the time, Cam, it was 11:51 for Roxborough, a winning time for her. And Maxwell just a 0.2 of a second back, 11.7 for her.
If I'm not mistaken, Steve, is that, I believe, a seasonal best? I'm just looking at it right now. It says she has a 11:62, if I'm not mistaken.
That's close to it. Definitely close to it. Roxborough, number 2 in the country in this sort of highly unusual and abbreviated season that we're having.
Hello. Supper came, yay.
I'm sorry, Roxborough number 5 in the country this year, 11:56. So just a touch off her seasonal best for the year. She ran that 11:56 down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana back in April. But Roxborough in great form heading into the Olympic trials, Canadian Championships next week in Montreal. Naoka Maxwell herself as well down close to her seasonal best. She ran 11:7 here. 11:66 was Maxwell's time that she ran at the Johnny Loring Classic earlier in the season. The first of the Ontario High Performance meets. The men's 100 meter final will be next.
You guys have to be more, Rami, you have to be more clear about what you want. You're saying panning, it's not your the audience, it's not you're saying pants, you're saying pants, and I keep saying, repeating pants, and you keep saying yeah.
So there is a sneak peek at the program and what's coming up. Men's 100 meter final coming up in 5 minutes time. Then we get the hurdles out on the track. 7:15 for the women's 100 meter hurdles final, and the men's 110 hurdles final coming up at 7:25. We then have a single women's 1500 meters, and then the time sections for the 200s coming up to wrap things up at 8 and 8:10. So we're about 5 minutes away from seeing the men rip it up down the final 100-meter straightaway here. Turning into a beautiful evening, Cam. The sun is still out. The wind has calmed down a little bit. Perfect night for track and field here at York University.
Absolutely, you're not wrong there, Steve. And you know what? Like I said earlier, a bunch of times in the broadcast, we did see a bunch of rain. We're seeing more blue skies. I should say, not blue clouds. But this is an awesome, like you said, awesome evening for some track and field tonight.
We are live on the campus of York University, north part of the city of Toronto, the largest city in the country. Those who are tuning in, wherever you may be, a warm welcome to you. You can find me on Twitter at Steve Fleck, and I am joined on the commentary by Cameron Capabianco. Where can they find you on Twitter, Cam?
CamCap01.
Let's set these lane assignments for this men's 100 meters. Austin Ingram, the para-athlete who is the holder of the T13 Canadian record, he will be starting in lane 1 to your right of your screen. You can just see Ingram right there with the green top on. In lane 2 will be Kudawashi Murasurama, standout runner for the University of Guelph Griffins on the OUA and U Sports circuit. In lane 2, from the Speed Academy, will be Dwayne Asamoah. In lane 4, from Kenny Athletics, will be Elizer Adejibi. Adejibi's run 10:36 this year. He ran that at the Johnny Loring Classic a couple weeks ago. Gavin Smelly, the favorite for this particular event, will go in lane 6. Racing for the Flying Eagles, multi-time national team champion. He was 4th in the last time we had a national championships in this particular event. In 2019, he is, as Cam had pointed out earlier in the broadcast, a teammate of the great Andre DeGrasse's on several World Championship 4x1 teams, the 2019 World Championship 4x1 team. Seasonal best of 10.48. He got down close to that, or actually under that, with a bit of a wind in the preliminaries. 10:32. Adejibi and Smelly fastest 2 times in qualifying. In lane 6, Lionel Tishmanga Matimba from Performax Racing. Matimba has a season's best that he set of 10:70. And he just got under that in qualifying here, 10.69. And in lane 7, Sam Effa, the very experienced Sam Effa, been around for a few years. Seasonal best of 10:48. Finalist at the 2019 Canadian Championships. He was 5th in this event at the Royal City Inferno just a few nights ago. Ingram in 1, Murzarwana in 2, Asamoah in 3, Adejibi in 4, Smelly in 5, Matemba in 6, and Effa in lane 7. Our field for the men's 100-meter final. they're closing the track. And under starters orders. Once again, Ingram in 1, Murasawana in 2, Azamoto in 3,
On your mark.
Adejibi in 4, Smelly in 5, Matimba in 6, Effa in 7. Keep your eyes on lane 4 and 5, Adejibi and Smelly. The 2 fastest qualifiers with a nod to Azamoto, just a touch behind, a 10th behind in qualifying. Sawana and Effa appear to be scratches and got some movement there.
No charge.
Just overheard the official say no charge, so that typically means there was noise in the vicinity of the start. Only no false starts allowed in high-level track and field. You false start once and you're out. So just confirming again, Murasawana and Effa have scratched, so their lanes 2 and 7 will be empty, so it'll be just be 5 men here in the final. Ingram, Azamoto, Adejibi, Smelly, and Matimba.
What can KJ get this?
No charge.
Men's 100-meter
On
final.
your marks.
A restart after a no charge on a missed start. Smelly, the only man in the field with truly international experience. He's represented the country a number of times.
Set.
This time we're away with a clean start. Adejibi going well early on, but now it's Effa coming on strong at the end, and it is Effa. I'm sorry, Smelly. My apologies. Effa was the scratch. Gavin Smelly with the win.
That was a really close 100 meters between the men right there, Steve.
Indeed it was. By my eyes, it was Smelly with the win, but it was pretty close in there for second and third between Adejibi and Matimba. And we're just awaiting the photo finish sorting out. I can confirm that it's Gavin Smelly with the win. There he is high-fiving. 10:47 the time, so not terribly fast, but a win nonetheless. Good sharpening for Smelly as he gets ready for the Olympic trials next week. Chishmanga Matimba confirmed in third, 10.61. is your winner, Gavin Smelly. All of that experience, many races over the course of time. That false start, Cam, sometimes it throws like runners off psychologically. You could see that, but Smelly was calm, went through with the win. So we've had an adjustment on the final results. I do apologize. Undoubtedly Smelly won, but still trying to sort out the photo finish. Hurdles coming back out onto the track now for the 100-meter hurdles finals, coming up at 7:15 and 7:25. First for the women, then for the men. I believe there'd been an adjustment on the final time for the men, Cam, in that the original places that I read out. I do apologize, I was a bit premature. We'll check that. Smelly for the win. I believe it was Adejibi in second and Matemba in third, but we're just awaiting for final confirmation. We'll get that through to you once we find out. This is the women now setting up for their 100-meter hurdle final. Interesting, Cam, the pre-race rituals to watch what some athletes do, and some are just relaxed on the track, just deep in concentration.
Some are trying to adjust their where they want their footing to be on the track.
Looking at the hurdles, stretching. This event is brought to you by Athletics Ontario, the Government of Ontario, and Athletics Canada. Thank you very much for the support for those three entities in making this event happen here tonight. The final event before we get to the Canadian Olympic trials next week in Montreal. 3 action-packed days at the Claude Robillard Center. Hundred-meter hurdles is one with a great legacy in Canada. Brita Felicien and Priscilla Lope-Sleep, both performing internationally extremely well for this country. World Championships, finalists, medalists. And there just is a delay in terms of getting the hurdles out on to the track. Perdita Felician, the Canadian record holder in this event, 12:46. Perdita will be one of the hosts for the CBC Olympic coverage coming up during the Olympic Games, starting in just over a month's time. That'll be great to see her in that role. She is a real personality. Little highlight package for you coming up. Roxborough with the win in the 100. Smelly as well coming in and leaning in there with the win. Back to the hurdles situation. Priscilla Lope-Schleep, I mentioned her. She holds the U23 record for Canada, and number 2 all-time, 12:49. Felician's national record, 12:46. Angela White, who we will see in this final here, is number 4 all time. 12:63. White ran that way back in 2007. That's Jamie O'Connor just adjusting her hurdles. Nice to see the Pan Am Games Toronto 2015 logo still on the hurdles being used here at the Toronto Track and Field Center. O'Connor ran 13:89. It was 3 under 14 seconds in qualifying. O'Connor, Spear Chief Morris will go in lane 3, and Miriam Abdul Rashid, the fastest of the qualifiers, in 13:27. There is O'Connor. She tends to come on strong at the end. O'Connor ranked number 9 in Canada this year. Final check of the hurdles. They need to make sure they're all just right. Abdul Rashid taking a little run out there right in the middle of your screen with the pink-red top on. The rest of the competitors just kind of chilling, Cam. Not too worked up about it all.
Some are, like you said, some are relaxing, like you mentioned, as you can see. And then also, you also have people trying to just get their footing right so that they know, I assume, where they want to, where their footing's going to be, and how this will help them in the run and jump over the hurdles.
There is, I would say, the provisional favorite, Abdul Rashid. She was second in this event a couple nights ago at the Royal City meet. 13.15 she ran there with, I think it was a trailing, slightly illegal wind. See if she can make it 2 wins in 3 nights, Abdul Rashid. That's Haley Reid. She seems, Cam, the most relaxed of the contestants here.
Just sitting down, relaxing, getting ready for that 7:15 start time.
Why waste energy? Just chill and relax.
The race is not at 7:30 anymore. It's at 7:15. I found that out yesterday.
Some of the officials too are just checking to make sure all the hurdles are in place, as you saw there, as our camera guy is showing us the setup for the 100-meter hurdle.
10, 11 after. We got 4.
All right, let's go with the lane assignments. We've been talking about some of the contestants. They will set up as follows. In lanes, we're just a few minutes away now from getting going. That's Joy Spear Chief Morris, 6th ranked in the country. Back in the last time we had a full season in 2019, she was 4th at the Royal City meet on Wednesday night in Guelph, Ontario. Ran 13.7 there. She's a law student at the University of Western Ontario. Wrote a phenomenal piece on racial injustices, inequality, and treatment in Canada in the Globe and Mail a couple weeks ago. It was a brilliantly written piece. She's not only a great hurdler, she's also a phenomenal writer and student of law. So they're going to come up to the blocks and they'll set up in lanes as follows. That's Farah Jacques, also one of the favorites. 14:05 in qualifying. And just to her left will be Mariam Abdul Rashid. That's Nike Aboudouen. There is the great Angela White, one of the greatest hurdlers of all time for Canada. And the full lane assignments will be as follows. Haley Reid from the Monte Cristo Track Club will start in lane 1. Jamie O'Connor from the Dynamique de Laval will start in lane 2. From the London Western Track Club, starting out in lane 3 will be Joy Spear Chief Morris. In lane 4 from the Speed Academy, Miriam Abdul Rashid. In lane 6 from the Running Room Athletic Club, Angela White. In lane 5 from the Maximus Performance Club, Farah Jacques. In lane 7 from the Royal City Athletic Club, Nike Abedouin. And in lane 8 from Sherbrooke, Maud Leveille. Your field for the women's 100-meter hurdles final at the Ontario High Performance Series Toronto meet. There's O'Connor. Deep in concentration. Spear Chief Morris just to her right.
On your mark.
And they'll come up and get into the blocks now. Women's 100-meter hurdles final. From left to your right, Reed, O'Connor, Spear Chief Morris, Abdul Rashid, Jacques White, Abadoun, and Leveille.
Set.
And they're away with a good start. Abdul Rashid out quickly. Jacques challenging her. But it is Abdul Rashid starting to run away with this thing. A fierce battle for second and third. I think Jacques got in there. And a big lean in from Spear Chief Morris. And O'Connor maybe for third. No doubt, though, your winner was Miriam Abdul Rashid. Had it right from the very start. Under control. Hurdling magnificently. And driving it right through to the finish. Jacques confirming in second. Here's the quick finish across there. I think it might have been Spear Chief Morris. Yeah, that is a great race for the young law student from the University of Western Ontario. 13.85 her time for third. So your top three here, Abdul Rashid, Jacques, and Spear Chief Morris. The ageless Angela White coming in fourth, 13.89. Cam, what'd you think of that?
Well, big kudos, first of all, to Abdul Rashid for that amazing run. Just finishing absolutely first, going right now to talk. Maybe get a little bit of water from probably one of her family members from in the parking lot right now. But nonetheless, that was a really close race for that second and third spot. Like you said, Steve, with the guys, it was really close to tell who came in second and who came in third.
That's right. It was less than 0.2 of a second between second, third, and fourth as they came across the line. But it was Joy Spear Chief Morris with a big lean in at the line to just edge out Angela White for third spot. And we have begun competition, Cam, in the women's javelin.
Yeah, 3 and 4. Yeah.
So just setting the field for the women's javelin.
I don't
Olivia
think that's
Merritt is throwing just now.
now, Steve. I don't think that's the only thing
So
going
they're
on the field
working
right
their
now.
way, Cam, through the first throws here. Clark Cayley from the Brockville Legion. Geneviève Cardella Renfret from Saint Laurent. From the York University Track and Field Club, Sophia Soldotto. From the Sisu Throws Club, Ashley Prake. Competing unattached, and we've already seen her compete in 2 events here tonight. Izzy Goudros will be throwing the javelin. Bailey Dell from the Border City Athletics will be throwing as well. Olivia Merritt from the Ottawa Lions and Michaela Roy.
As you just see, what a great throw right now on that, I believe, first round from, not sure who that is, just trying to get a good look at her.
So Kaylee Clark, that was the throw that we just saw. And it is Genevieve Cardella Renfrit who is on deck. And the objective here, Cam, just like it is in all the throwing events, throw it as far as you can. It's really straightforward.
Probably the most straightforward of anything. This is the one I think we said, Steve, this is the scariest one you want to be an official in.
Yeah, definitely not. Takes a brave person to be out there, marking where these javelins come down. Just inside the right side of the sector. So this must be Sophia Soldato from right here, the York University Track and Field Club.
What a cannon of an arm in a way.
Yeah, she really got that out there.
You know, if you're playing any sport like baseball, I think the proper term is that's a cannon of an arm to be throwing out there.
Yeah, there's lots going on here. It's one of these, a lot of these track and field skill events, they look really simple. Hey, I'm just throwing this spear essentially down the field. But there's a lot going on with the run up, the timing, the motion, the torque and the twist of the body to get maximum momentum going your way.
As here we see Ashley, I believe, Pray come up to the stand right now.
And we might hear some yelling, Cam.
And if we hear any yelling, that's hopefully not from the officials.
No, we hope it's from the athletes. The officials, they need to be perfect doing their job.
As now stepping up is Bailey Dell.
Lots of time. We got 7 minutes. Left hard, right hand. Anybody else need hip numbers?
Nope, all good.
No, but I'm off. I announced at OFSA and I organized a couple of OFSAs over my career.
Bailey
So I
Dell
get to know the names.
set to go next, Cam. One of the top seeds coming in here, Dell is.
Manager first came in Ontario.
As you can see that launch, that arc of that javelin. Kind of didn't, you used to seeing the javelin get stuck into the ground. You saw that one just kind of like slide across the grass there.
It does, the tip has to make contact with the ground at some point. If the heel or the back end comes down first, it's an illegal throw. But that first has to just sort of wedge in a little bit, and it did there. Dell's got a seed time coming in here, 49.63. It's probably her personal best. Her seasonal best, 48.75. She's ranked 7th in the country so far this year in this truncated and abbreviated season of track and field that we have. That was the throw of Olivia Merritt. If we're going in order.
No, Steve, I don't think that's the only thing going on in the javelin event. I think there's also some shot put going on the field right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, women's shot put started at roughly the same time as the shot put. They were both slated to start at 7:15.
You ordered it, just down it up, eh?
Genevieve Cardella Renfrit now. Just going through her final preparations before she is set to launch the javelin. 47.42, her seasonal best. Oh, and that was a perfect throw, Cam, at least in terms of the way it looked. If they were scoring that for perfection, I'd give that close to a 10.
I'd give that probably a 9. That was really good and everything. Maybe a 9.5 max. That was a really good throw.
Looked good. I don't know about the distance, but that's the right idea in terms of the launch, the arc. This is all very close to ideal. See it coming out at about a 45-degree angle. Nice hang time in the air and then piercing through and right on to the ground for the mark. Sofia Soldato now. Now, the difference here, Cam, is she's getting that up too high in the air, and as you can see, something's happening to the javelin. It's catching too much air at the top of the arc.
Yeah, let's just take a look at this replay quickly, what you mean by it, Steve. Yeah, you could see how much arc it's kind of carrying and that stuff, and then it just drops down. It's not really getting, it's getting the arc, but it's getting too much of the arc where it's like more the height rather than, like I've said before, the distance in a way.
100%. So it's lifting up and it's actually kind of blocking itself from piercing the air and going further down the field. That's something you can fix though. She's launching it too up vertically. She needs to get it more out at 45-degree angles. This is Ashley Pike on seed time, or seed distance, I should say. I'm still stuck on the track with times. Pike has the farthest throw, 57.38. Nice launch. Reasonably good arc.
I think that 36.23 was actually from the shot, or from the throw, I mean. Oh, maybe not.
This is Pike's throw here, I think, Cam.
I think I might have been confused, but I think I might have been one person ahead.
No worries. 41.88 for Ashley Pike. That's well below her seasonal best. We're just getting ready for the men's 100-meter hurdles final.
Have a great race.
And they are at the blocks. They're just about to close the track, and under starters' orders, they'll line up as follows. David Adelaide from the Ottawa Lions will race out of lane 2. Alexander Collins from
On your
Canning
mark.
Athletics in lane 3. From the Royal City Athletic Club, Craig Thorne in lane 4. He is the favorite. Racing unattached, Cameron Bruce will race out of lane 5. From the Golden Eagle Track Club, racing out of lane 6, Marceau Jouvin. And in lane 7, also racing unattached here tonight, Adam Exley. Your field for the men's 110-meter hurdles final. Keep an eye on lane 4, Craig Thorne
Set.
from the Royal City Athletics. Third from your right. It's a good start for Thorne. He's first to the first hurdle. Getting a bit of a challenge there from Jouvin midway through the race, but Thorne's superior hurdling technique has taken him well clear of the rest of the field. It's Thorne for the win. Jouvin and Collins, it looked to be battling it out for second and third, but by my eye, a clear and clean win for Craig Thorne from the Royal City Athletics Club at Guelph, Ontario, which is where we were on Wednesday night for the Royal City Inferno, your men's winner of the 110-meter hurdles. Getting congratulations from the rest of the field. Craig Thorne, not that big a man. He's not that tall, not that long of leg, but he is phenomenal with the technique, Cam, over the hurdles. I don't know if you were able to catch that, his rhythm and the pace coming over each of the hurdles.
You could tell by the rhythm and the pace as well of Craig Thorne, Steve, like you were mentioning, but also you could see you could hear some of the other racers kind of like struggling getting over the hurdles as well. You could just hear them either falling or clicking together, if you know what I mean by that.
Well, when they hit the hurdles, it makes quite a racket and a noise, and Craig Thorne was almost clean all the way over, and you can clearly see him here coming across with a nice lean in and stopping the clock at 13.98. That is almost as fast as he ran in the
And
prelims.
here's that close second and third right
look
there.
at that. Wow, super close there between Jouvin and Collins. Just 3/100ths of a second between them. Marceau Jouvin taking the second place over Alexander Collins.
I think this is the third race or second race that we said it hasn't been a battle for first or second. It's been a battle for who takes second and who takes third.
Exactly. Photo finish there between those two for second and third. And we go back to women's javelin, which we will focus on for the next little bit until we get to the next action on the track. It will be the women's 1,500 meters coming up at 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time. That is Kaylee Clark from Brockville Legion. Clark has a seed throw of 42.77 coming in here. Canadian record in this particular event held by the great Liz Gleadle, 64.83. And just shifting over to the Olympic qualification and the women's javelin. And looking at the situation, there's 32 spots that are open. 64 meters is the auto qualifying, and Liz Gleadle is confirmed a nomination spot for Canada at the Tokyo Olympic Games. She's well within the top 32 in the world. Canadian record 64.83, just a little bit beyond what the Olympic qualifying level is. Gleedle this year has thrown 63-3, so she's in great form. Soldato is the next to go. And Cam Soldado is doing the same thing she was doing the last time, is that it's kind of lifting up too high early on in the flight, and she's losing a lot of distance.
As we still wait too, I don't know if it was her results hit at 38.42 or if it was Rinfret's 38.42 from her javelin throw.
I think that was from the previous thrower. I think we're back live here with this throw.
Looks just to be in front of that 40-meter sign I'm looking at out there. And the little thing.
Yeah, since I'm down here. I gotta wash my hands.
We've moved quite smartly through this competition, Cam. I think we're into the fourth throws here, because I think they're out of the order from what was the start order. So they're now throwing from, as I mentioned previously with the other field events, where they go from worst through to first. This throwing right now confirmed. We know this is Genevieve Cardella Renfrit. Good effort from Renfrit. That's the, at least in terms of the symmetry of the arc of the javelin, that's typically what you want to see, what Renfrit was able to do there. That was Ashley Pryke, who just threw. That number that we saw up on the board, Cam, I think was the distance for Cardella Renfrit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a look. Oh yeah, because he just changed it right now on the board, Steve. I got 41.30 for Olivia Merritt.
This is Bailey Dell. Good throw from Dell again. Nice trajectory. That's the kind of arc and flight through the air that you want to see. Sticks it right in there. Again, Dell, 7th best in the country this year with a seasonal best throw of 48.75. This is Izzy Gudros, I believe, who is going to be the next to throw. And again, Gudros, the multi-athlete, the heptathlete. So really just doing a single event. Well, we also saw her in the long jump here tonight. This is in lieu of a full heptathlon competition. She just does multiple single events at a track meet, a Twilight meet like this. Similar to what we saw Pierce Lepage doing.
As they are actually too, Steve, putting up the numbers for, Izzy Gudros herself. I'm seeing a 34.40 for her distance.
Nice.
Treat me good today, man. You were amazing today. I tried. Thank you. All good? It was learned. Just not result I want right now, you know? That's again. How to get better. Good, man. Everybody's good.
Kaylee Clark now. That's a big throw, Cam.
That is a really big one, past the 40-meter marker. Probably the biggest one we've seen today come out of the women's javelin.
Kaylee Clark's best throw of the year, 42.77 before tonight. And we're just about to find out what that throw is.
41.83.
So she's out close to that. Cardella Renfrit now. Good run up, nice launch. She has probably the prettiest, if I can say that, of the throws. A good technician, nice arc and trajectory on the implement as it goes through the air, making maximum of the lift.
It's also making
aerodynamics.
Nice spirals too. Like if you look at that little, those red ones, like
exactly. That was Clark's throw, so we await the measurement for Cardella Renfrit before Pryke makes her throw.
Hey Scott, how are you?
42.35 is what I saw on the board cam for Cardella Renfrit. This is Pryke working on a really short run up. Almost no run up. And we're getting close to the next action on the track, which is going to be the women's 1,500 meter run. Kate Current will wear hip number 1, Graceland Larkin hip number 2, Erin Tischuk hip number 3, Madison Clark hip number 4, and Becca Brennan hip number 5 as we get underway with this 3 3/4 lap event. Graceland Larkin takes out the lead. That is Erin Tischuk just tucking in behind her. Tischuk, one of the best steeplechase racers in Canadian history. 7th all time in the women's steeplechase with the best time of 9:40. So just doing a bit of speed work here for Tischuk in the 1500 meters. Graceland Larkin on the front from the Greater Uxbridge Track and Field Club. Interesting to see if we'll see Tischuk racing the 3,000 meter steeplechase next week at the Olympic trials. Kate Current in the purple of the London Western Track Club sitting in 3rd place right now. And Becca Brennan in 4th. Continues to be Graceland Larkin on the front. Now it's Tischuk taking over, and they're coming up to the 800 meter mark. I'm sorry, not 800, that's 700. 800 will be reached on the far side when they go by the start line again. .222 at the 800 meter mark for Tischuk. Tischuk was on the Olympic team in 2016. She ran the steeplechase there at the Olympic Games. Also on the 2015 World Championship team. And making a bold move here in the 1500 meters. They're on a pace for about a finish time in the mid-420s. Tischuk will hear the bell. Bit of a move from behind now with Kate Current coming on strong. This is Current's debut at this distance this year, 1500 meters. Tischuk's going to reach the 3/4 mark, 1200 meters in 3:30 even. So on target for a time in the low 420s if she can really turn it on here over the final 200 meters now. 200 meters to go for Tischuk. Larkin starting to come back on her a little bit. Furious battle there for 2nd and 3rd between Current and Larkin. Tischuk in the lead now with about 100 meters to go as she comes into the head of the straightaway. Tischuk now bearing down as she takes on the final 80 meters of running. A furious battle developing behind her between Current and Larkin for 2nd and 3rd. It's going to be Tischuk going right to the line with the win. Who is going to get 2nd and 3rd? Oh my goodness. Another photo finish cam for 2nd and 3rd spot. We get distracted looking at the winner, and the real battle's taking place for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Erin Tischuk, your winner of the women's 1500 meter run here.
How many times, Steve, have we said that photo finish between 2nd and 3rd? How many times have we said that today?
It's been that way in almost every race cam, and there it is, just a 1/10 of a second between Current and Larkin for 2nd and 3rd, 4:24.27 to 4:24.33. But Erin Teschek, there is your winner. She wins it in 4:22.58, so right on the pace that she had set out at for 400, 800, and then 1,200 meters. She finishes off strongly in 4:22.58. Here is her coming across the line, and hopefully, Cam, we'll get to see that
Photo
super
finish.
close finish there for second and third. That was the real battle in this particular
Here's
event,
our
the
winner.
women's 1,500 meters.
And then we're just waiting, and here it comes. And oh, that was really, really close.
Yeah. Current and Larkin, they went back and forth, shoulder to shoulder over the final 100 meters. Kate Current prevailing at the end. So women's 1,500 meters concluded. Back to the javelin. Bailey Dell. From Border City Athletics. Another look at her throw here. There's that lift again, Cam, and you can see that's actually, that lift kind of helped because it almost floats down the field, and it's a good throw.
As it clearly shows, we got a 44.91.
Still a little short of Dell's seasonal best or personal best, 49.63. Conditions are pretty much ideal here, just a puff of wind. It's calmed right down. We had some gusting winds earlier on, but it's calmed right down now. Final race on the track will be the men's 200. Women's javelin, I think, has just wrapped up, as has the women's shot. Do you have those results, Cam, possibly, the women's shot? Have you?
I am going on right now to
Awesome.
check it out just to see. So I can actually say right now that it has finished up in the women's shot put, as Azukius has finished in first with 13.33 meters. Then you had Sands finish with 12.67 meters. Bolton finished in third with 8.73 meters. And Cavalini finished in fourth with 7.49 meters.
Awesome. Top four in the women's shot put. We unfortunately didn't get any coverage of that. We do apologize.
And here are the results from the javelin throw, I should say.
Go ahead, Cam.
As we had Bailey Dell finish with 45.03 for first place, followed by Cardella Rinfrit at 43.37 meters. Then Ashley Pryke had 41.88 meters. Then it was followed by Kaylee Clark with 41.83 meters. And Michaela Roy finished in fifth with 39.05 meters. Sofia Saldudo finished in sixth with 36.23 meters. And Izzy Gudros finished in last with 34.40 meters.
Thanks, Cam, for that. Good competition in our women's javelin.
As we also now have a look, Steve, at the final track event schedules.
That's right. Women's 200 and men's 200, Cam, the last two events on the program for the evening, coming up momentarily. Women's 800 set to go right at the top of the hour. 200 meters, half a lap of
Because I've been
the
down
400-meter
here,
track.
And you've been down there. How you been? I'm all right. Yourself? Yeah.
I mean, I can complain and complain, but what, you know,
It is what it is.
so you're still working from home.
All right, so just waiting for the women to finish up, setting up the blocks and getting ready to go.
My kids have no computer skills. They don't even have touch screens.
So we'll have
Yeah.
two sections for the women, according to the information that we've been provided with. Section 1 and then Section 2.
I talk for 5 minutes, YouTube video for 2 minutes. I talk for 5 minutes.
The featured athlete in Section 1 will be the great Marissa Papaconstantino, T64 Canadian record holder in the para 200 meters, 2016 Paralympian. She has also been to the Para World Championships in 2015, 2017, and 2019. In 2017, she reached the finals in the 100 and the 200. And don't forget the Paralympics coming up later on in August. After the Olympic Games, the Paralympics will take place. Canada, a very strong nation across the many para sports in the Paralympics. Cam, I don't know if the people at home can hear the plane passing over, but we are on the final flight path into Pearson Airport, so we occasionally get some airplane noise overhead.
Yeah, it's never quiet when you're near the near Toronto Pearson International Airport, as you have planes flying almost from everywhere coming in.
Again, thank you to Athletics Canada, the Government of Ontario, as well as Athletics Ontario. Athletics Ontario, principal organizer of this particular event tonight. We're ready to go now for this heat of the women's 200. They will set up as follows for section number 1. Sade McCreath Tardil in lane 1, Nakia Maxwell in 2, Zoe Shearer in lane 3, Crystal Emmanuel will go in lane 4, the Canadian record holder in this particular event and a finalist at the World Championships at the 200 meters. Kimberly Hyacinth will go in lane 5. Siobhan Roxborough, the winner of the 100 meters that we just saw a short while ago, will go in lane 6. Izzy Gudros, who has been in multiple events over the course of the meet here tonight, will go in lane 7. And Christy Anhangbo will go in lane 8. Heat number 1 for the women's 200 meters. And they're away with a clean start. All eyes should be on lane 4 and the great Crystal Emmanuel. And it is Emmanuel with a strong start. No surprise, runs the curve extremely well. She won the 100 on Wednesday night at the Guelph Royal City Inferno. And it's Crystal Emmanuel all the way to the finish line. And a strong challenge just to her left from Zoe Shearer over the final 50 meters. I think Emmanuel might have eased off a little bit into the finish line, and it was a closer race than you would have thought. Crystal Emmanuel, all sights set on the national championships and the Olympic trials next week. Will be trying to defend her 100 and 200 meter sprint double from 2019 and secure spots on the Olympic team in both of those events. She has provisional nominations in the 100 and the 200, and a win here tonight for the great Crystal Emmanuel. Greatest 200 meter runner of all time in Canada. Canadian record holder, and loves wearing fancy socks, and she's got some funky black ones on tonight, Cam. Those fun socks that Crystal Emmanuel likes to wear.
You know what some socks reminded me of, Steve? Bab socks. Remember those?
Yeah, there's Crystal socks right there. I don't know, they say something on them. I don't know what it says, but probably some hidden message. 23:12, the winning time for Crystal Emmanuel. A little bit off times that she's been running here tonight. Shearer with a great run over the final 50 meters, 23.36. And how about this, Cam? The busiest woman at the track meet here tonight, Izzy Gudros, in 3rd place in the 200 meters that was just run, 23.83.
Oh my, that's for a busy woman like her, she put up a really good time.
Heat number 2. This will feature Marissa Papaconstantino. Papaconstantino will start in lane 3. As I mentioned previously, she is the T64 Canadian record holder over 200 meters and 100 meters. Also in this heat in lane 4 from Project Athletic, Ashanti Ballers. And from the Monte Cristo Club in lane 5, Haley Reed. And they're away with a clean start. Ballers going really well, almost has made up the stagger on Reed. Papaconstantino going strong on the inside. Tough for the para amputee athletes on the curve, but once Papaconstantino gets straightened out on the straightaway, she tends to go better. Ballers now coming through strongly. It will be Ballers for the win. Reed in 3rd, and Papaconstantino comes across in 3rd. There is your winner, Ashanti Ballers from Project Athletic. She doesn't seem too tired out, Cam, by that 200 meter effort.
She looks like she can run another lap, in my opinion. Just looking like it. I don't know, she's still walking the track, Steve. Maybe she could still take another lap in.
There's the view of Ballers coming across the line. 26.58, the winning time for Ballers.
As now, I believe we are getting...
Reed was in 2nd, 26.58, 27.49 the time for Papaconstantino. And she's obviously focused on Tokyo as well, getting ready for the Paralympics. We will see Marissa Papaconstantino next week in Montreal competing at the Olympic trials. The para athletes competing alongside able-bodied at the national championships. We've had that for the last several iterations of the Canadian Track and Field Championships. This will be the first national championships or Olympic trials really since 2019. Of course, no racing or meets at all last year. 2020.
No sports period. I want to say we might add too. No sports period where
there was very few sports anywhere, but starting to come back. It's nice to see. I know pro sports have been going on. Track and field kind of slots into a bit of a different category. Final two events coming up on the program here.
There's still a big turnout here, Steve. I might add too at the fence. People watching from the trucks. People watching at the sideline of the fence. I think it's pretty much like saying, Steve, that there's nothing. There's like I want to say. Like there's nothing better than Friday evening sports, right?
That's right. Friday night. See number 160, Matt McNeil from the Royal City Athletic Club warming up there. He will be in section 2. There is the fan fence camp.
That fan fest that I always like to say, look, it's still a big turnout. Athletes talking with maybe their parents, maybe some fans too. Maybe want to sign some autographs after this meet.
Marissa Papaconstantino there talking to some people, perhaps a friend, perhaps a coach.
Perhaps maybe even her family member, maybe.
Miriam Abdel Rashid also there, just on your right with the pinkish top on. Also talking to some people on the other side of the fence.
So this right here, Steve, I guess is the last event, the men's 200 meter men's final.
That's right, Cam. Last two events. There's two sections here, so they'll have the fast section first, and then the second section. We saw Matt McNeil. He's in the second section. They'll line up this way for this 200 meter men's final. Josh Hamilton will run out of lane 1 from the Royal City Athletic Club. Jamini Archer from Project Athletic will go in lane 2. Gage Marshall from the Border City Athletics Club will go in lane 3. Gavin Smelly, already a winner here tonight, winning the 100 meters from the Flying Angels, will go in lane 4. Jeremiah Lozon from the Red Deer Titans will go in lane 5. In lane 6 from the Royal City Athletic Club, Tyler Harper. From Canny Athletics in lane 7, Alexander Collins. And starting way on the outside from the Royal City Athletic Club, Mohammed Yassin. This is your field for the men's 200 meter timed final. Heat number 1 of 2. And the rain, Cam, has started to come back down. We started today in the rain. We're going to finish in the rain.
I guess that's how. I guess we all thought that the rain was gone. Nope. I guess that pretty much said rain has to come.
Some talent in this field, as I mentioned. Smelly, already a winner of the 100. Seasonal best for him in the 200, 21:68. Lozon, Canadian 200 meter U20 champion back in 2019. Marshall, he's ranked number 8 in Canada this year. third in the OFSA 200-meter final in 2019. Oh, and a little stumble out of the blocks there from Jiminy Archer. I thought they might have called that back on a miss start or a false start. They're running the bend really well. Gavin Smelly with a bit of an edge. Now to his right, it's Lozon, and Lozon turning on the jets over the final 50 meters to the finish line. Wow.
Is that it? Do you have one more?
Jeremiah Lozon was behind Gavin Smelly, or even with him when they came to the head of the straightaway, and just motored away Cam over the final 50 meters. That was some great running.
That was some intense running too. A really great race again. Just another, so as you can tell, here's our first place. Not really a close race. I guess we couldn't say it was a battle of second or third this time.
Smelly was cleanly in there for second. Lozon, no doubt your winner, just waiting for the time, 21.19 for Lozon. A little bit off his seasonal best. He's been under 21 in the past, 20.90. Collins ended up in third, 21.68. And it was very close, Cam, as we saw coming across there. Collins and Hamilton, the battle this time was for third and fourth. They had exactly, no, they've separated the time there. It's actually 4/100ths of a second between the two of them. But your winner, undoubtedly, with a phenomenal final 50 meters of running, Jeremiah Lozon. He was the Alberta High School 100 and 200 meter champion back in 2019, the last time there was a full season of track and field competition. Jeremiah Lozon, welcome to Ontario. It's treating you well. Final event will be second heat of the men's 200. And that will draw this meet to a conclusion.
As now it looks like the rain is starting to pick up again. So like you said, Steve, I guess we're going to finish in the rain.
We're finishing in the rain, and the sun is shining. And somewhere, Cam, there's a rainbow, I'm sure. A fitting end to this phenomenal afternoon and evening, early evening of track and field here at the Toronto Track and Field Centre. The Ontario High Performance Series Toronto meet, part of the Athletics Canada Tokyo Qualifier Series. All eyes will shift to Montreal next week.
As you can see just through the TV as well, the rain just coming down.
It's coming down hard. Here we go, heat number 2. Matt McNeil will go in 2. Logan Jones in 3. Ryan McClelland in 4. Bertwin Ben Smith in 5. Richard Davis in 6. And Marcus Penaloza in lane 7. Keep a sharp eye on lanes 3 and 4. Jones and McClelland, they are away. With a good start. And it is Jones going well, pretty even as they come into the head of the straightaway. McClelland now coming on strong, but he's being challenged on the outside by Penaloza. And I think it was either Richard Davis or Penaloza with the win. It was very close. Marcus Penaloza ran really well from the outside there. Disadvantaged and not really seeing or feeling the competition until they got into the final 100 meters. But confirming that it was Marcus Penaloza with the win. Ryan McClelland on the strength of that strong opening 100 meters ends up in second place, and there is your winner of heat number 2, 21.78, the winning time for Marcus Penaloza.
And if you look on the screen, there's that rainbow we were talking about.
Indeed, there is the rainbow cam. Good call. As we watch our men from the 200 meters casually make their way back to the starting area on the far side of the track and pick up their belongings, it's time to wrap things up. But before we get to that, Cam, what were your best moments of the meet here tonight?
Honestly, I'd say my best moments of the meet were probably watching the guys in the discus throw set new personal records, new season records, which was awesome to watch. Just even coming together, just watching more track and field was just an awesome thing. Watching them runs, the hurdles, everything was amazing about today's track and field meet.
Yeah, it was a great meet from start to finish. My moment of the meet had to be, and I'm a bit biased by this, as I'm a big fan of the 800 meters, but I thought Robert Heppenstall's 1:46.73, kind of a solo performance here tonight, was my moment of the meet. I thought that was fantastic and sensational,
really cool,
and it sets him up really well for the Canadian Championships next week. My name is Steve Fleck. On behalf of Cameron Copabianco and the whole team at Humber College, thank you for watching the Ontario High Performance Series Toronto, part of the Athletics Canada Tokyo Qualifier Series. Good night from York University and the Toronto Track and Field Centre.